right, everybody, welcome. It's the Jigs and Bigs Springfield Sportsman Show special this week, guys. We got a great episode for you guys. So much content was recorded this week at the Eastern States Exposition for the Sportsman Show. It's been absolutely out of this world. We got so much lined up. Let's go ahead and get to this first. If you're listening to this show right now and you were not at the Sportsman Show and were not lucky enough to see the new co-host, the third addition to Jigs and Bigs, the family, this is it. You're going to find out who it is right here. Guys, we have so much good stuff to talk about. We spent so much money, and we ate so much goddamn jerky, you don't even know. We'll see you guys in a bit. We'll be back with more Jigs and Bigs right after this short break. It's good to be here. We're here in the booth. We're loving life. It's kind of funny. You make jokes all the time, Sean, about how we're recording this, and because of this podcast, it's almost like we're a married couple.
We are.
But when you look at the seats, like I am up nice and high on my professional pork pie drum throne. You're sitting on, I don't even know what kind of a machine that is, but that's seen some love. We'll get to that in a minute.
It's a Sibian.
It's a Sibian, and you, at your height, we're about even, so we kind of look like a couple. And then we have our new co-host here, who looks like our child, like he needs an adult. He's sitting in the little Bobby Roast Beef Fat Boy Special camp chair.
Does he have red hair?
So low to the ground, he could. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We've got our new co-host here with us. We've got Joe Brown, ladies and gentlemen. Who the fuck is Joe Brown?
What's up?
Oh, it's good to have him on, and so we'll go ahead. We'll just get this out of the way right nice and early.
Yeah.
One of the things that I have really wanted to do with this podcast is make it accessible for everybody. So we have a little something to offer, and I came to it as a bank angler, and Sean came to it as a much more experienced kayak angler in the tournament scene, competing, going hard, data, records. Like there's just a book. I mean, he has a library of leather-bound books and in this sofa that he'll just study his data on. I think just for pleasure at this point, I think. And I wanted to bring something in to kind of offer to everybody else. And I think Joe Brown is the right fit. Joe, he fishes from a kayak periodically. He dumps a kayak periodically, and he is also a big boat angler. And the best part about this is that Joe you're relatively new to the tournament scene for big boat fishing.
Oh yeah, just this is going to be my third season, really getting into it.
And the reason why I think this is so good is that you bring your experience each season with like fresh eyes,
right,
versus having a veteran tournament angler that's got like decades of experience behind them. This is a good thing. And also, you got a great personality. You're an awesome fit for the show. We're stoked to have you on. This is going to be awesome. So you're gonna get to hear Joe on the show with us every single week. Yeah. And this is going to be fun because now we're going to have more information for you guys in our tournament corner. We're going to have more information for you guys when it comes to, like today, we're going to be in our bait of the week segment. We're talking hard body jerk baits. And now we've got 3 points of view that we can bring to it, And, we got an FTG this week, by the way, guys. Like, you thought we were angry last week. Things have changed, and it's mellowed a bit as we're recording this.
The guys last week, safety concerns aside,
yes,
they did not screw
with anybody else.
With the Girl Scouts.
Yeah, they didn't fuck with the Girl Scouts. That's really what it gets down to.
That's a new level.
Yeah.
Of shittery.
Yeah, it got bad. I mean, things as the weekend progressed through the show, things have changed. I just had a great conversation with the troop master Donna, and things ended up turning out great. But it still makes the FTG. It's got to at this point. So let's talk, folks. Getting into it, there's a few things I kind of want to mention and put out there for everybody. First and foremost, if you're listening to this show for the first time, maybe you saw us at the Sportsman Show, you're listening to the show for the first time, again, I apologize for our language. We do have mouths that are, we have potty mouths, but hearts of gold. That's what I like to say. Second thing is this. If you've never listened to the show before, we got a lot of stuff going on for you guys. Over at jigsandbigs.com, you can get yourself some Jigs and Bigs merchandise. Sometimes these items sell out kind of quick. So you want to take advantage when you see that they're in stock and grab them. We got shirts, we got hats, we got hoodies. We've got, in fact, not just Jigs and Big stuff. We have some specialty items there, but Bobby Roast Beef branded stuff as well. Go ahead and check that out. Want to mention that you should definitely be giving us a follow on social media, primarily Instagram and Facebook. We've been getting a lot more engaging with our Facebook following, and it's been getting better and better and better. We're exploding again with what we've been doing over at Instagram. So make sure you're following us. We have great stuff happening. We're also running a giveaway that we're doing right here at the show. We are giving away a handful of products. We have some amazing sunglasses from Toredge. We have a bunch of great polarized sunglasses from Toredge. We have a little bit of Jigs and Bigs merch that I went a little nuts when I ordered for the staff last time. And we got, there might be a hat or two floating around that's available for you too. And we have a 13 Fishing Architect spinning reel. This is a great reel. And this comes to us from Joe. Joe was like, you know what? I picked this up and I'm not using it. I want to use it for the giveaway. So that's what we're doing. How do you join the giveaway? 2 ways. You join our mailing list, or you just be on our mailing list. I'm going to put a link in the description here. So if you're checking this out on Spotify, on Apple, you can get it in the show info, a link on how to join our mailing list. We usually send out like one a year. We primarily use it for when we're doing live events and stuff. So definitely go ahead and join. It's a great opportunity. We're going to choose somebody and contact them via email, and then we'll ship out any prizes that need to be won. I'm also going to put a link on Instagram as well on our story, so that if anybody wants to join, I highly recommend it. Join our mailing list. We're not going to spam you or anything like that, but when we have stuff to give away, this is a great way to do it. Next thing I want to talk about is this. Leaving a review for us over at Apple Podcasts is awesome. It's a huge way to help us. Also, rating us on Spotify. Those are our top 2 primary platforms right there. Give us a rating over at Spotify, a star rating. We appreciate it. And then I got something that, man, we never talk about here. So last week, I got an email. I got an email from a guy named Lucas Tomaszek, okay? And Lucas wanted me to mention his dad. His dad is celebrating a birthday today, the day that this podcast drops. I want to go ahead and give a big happy birthday shout out to his dad, Sam. And he wrote some notes here that I want to kind of go over just a little bit here, guys. I asked Lucas to give me a little bit of feedback here. I'm just going to read what he wrote. He goes, "Fishing's been my dad's passion for the past 30 years. I have vivid memories of him tying flies in workshops, dropping me off at school in the morning with his little aluminum boat in tow, and in the winter, after a long day of ice fishing, carrying home buckets of minnows, which he'd store in the mudroom with the aerator bubbling away. My dad's been fishing the lakes, ponds, and streams of Berkshire County for as long as I can remember, exploring new areas and searching for rainbow trout and largemouth bass. While it would be impossible to tally up each and every catch over the years, that's not, well, he could have if he used the database system. That could be done.
We can't all be perfect.
I know. We can't all be the fishermen. That's what I'm saying. He says, I can confidently say that the excitement has never waned. His last catch is as thrilling as the first. I admire my dad's passion and for the art of fishing and the knowledge he's accumulated over the years. Being that his birthday is coming up on the end of February, I couldn't think of a better way to wish him a happy birthday and a shout out on his favorite podcast, Jigs and Bigs. Happy birthday, Dad. Love, Luke." So, happy birthday, Sam. Appreciate you, buddy. I really do. I genuinely appreciate that you listen to the show. It means a ton. You're up in the Berkshires, and I've said it before. I in my opinion, I think that is some of the best fishing in Massachusetts, man. Go far east or go far west, and you get great fishing in Massachusetts. It's absolutely true. Although smack dab in the middle is not bad either.
Middle's all right.
Middle's all right.
You get into the valley, we got the Connecticut River and some chickabee shit.
It is. You got chickabee shit. You got chickabee shit. So that does it there. That was. I love that, man. Like, Sam listens to the show. Luke knows that he loves the show. Reached out and sent me an email. I was like, dude, I absolutely want to do this. This is great. And it happens that his birthday is on the day that the show drops. Awesome. This is going to be... And this episode might hit the 5-hour mark. just so we have so much to go through. I can't even begin to go through the list of everybody because I know we're going to forget. I know that we had Nate Shagnon here representing Fresh Baits. We also had Tony and John in there as well. Of course, you guys know that Joe is also on the Fresh Baits pro staff as well. So like it was like a kind of a Fresh Baits frat party over here a little bit, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it was kind of cool. We have more news about the Berkshire Bass. We had Spencer over here talking about his shop, talking about his tournament trail, talking about all kinds of good stuff that he's got going on, his guide service as well. We got Matt Thayer, bouncing all over the place, coming by, taking pictures as we record. I love this. And by the way, Matt was so gracious to come over with a bunch of these amazing soft plastics for us from Cody's Custom Baits. And there's a plethora of lizards. We got some craws. We got some seasonal Neds.
Look at those.
Yeah, right? I knew everybody's going to pop a chub about those. And even, Matt brought over some of these that we can split up here. Some of these amazing custom spinnerbaits. And check out the blade, Sean. He's got his logo on the blade.
I like that.
Like, talk about big pimping, man. Making it happen. Like, is Jay-Z backing your company? Like, what's going on? I love
they
it.
Heavy.
They're heavy. I'm telling you, man.
They thick.
They thick.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
I apologize for that.
No apologies.
Did that come out of the speaker that way? Okay, good. This is awesome. We had an amazing week. Or actually, the weekend has been amazing.
Yep.
Getting up here was actually kind of boring. I think the weekend review is going to be really simple. I hosted a bunch of trivia. That's basically it for me.
Something different.
Yeah. And then
Sean played basketball and listened to Metallica.
I coached basketball, but Bobby said trivia. Bobby, do you have anything to say about trivia?
I do. There was one trivia night that was different.
Bye,
Have a good one, Matt. Travel safe, bud. There was one thing about this trivia night that made it totally different.
Bobby,
what's up?
Speak on the trivia. I'll be right back.
All right. There was one thing that made this very, very different is that I did a not really a special game, but I awarded some extra points for anybody who showed up from the Sportsman show on the Friday. And we had a few people that popped in here and, some folks that I knew were going to be in there and gave out some extra points, and it was pretty awesome. And it was a grinder of a game. We had a guy playing that night that was kind of a tank when it comes to this. He's sort of like I don't even want to say like a savant, but he is good. Every week he is good. And somehow, some way, in the third round, Sean the Fisherman got an unbelievable, untouchable lead and won first place at Speed Quizzing Smartphone Trivia. Took the dub. And that was, did you get the nearest wins question or was that another team? I forget. At the very end.
No, you know what I did? I was at the table with two teams that were in contention.
Yeah.
And I had for the first time, I had won by so much, I didn't need to answer it.
Yeah. Oh no.
So I left it alone.
Yeah.
And who hit it? It was
I forget who hit it. I think
it wasn't Bazinga. It was
Was it Tim Jakes? Was it Florida Bound?
No, it was at our table.
Oh,
it was
Ryan.
Yes, yeah.
It was Ryan. What was his team name? John Trivialta.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he hit it at the end, and you took the dub, man.
Well,
significant.
I think the big thing was afterwards. You had told me, you said, "You know who you beat?" I'm like, no, you're like, the Michael Jordan of trivia. I'm like, who the fuck is the Michael Jordan of trivia? You know what I mean? And then you explained to me, no, this guy rakes, and I had actually halfway through this third round had said to one of our teammates, one of the people at the table, like, hey, did third place go home? Like, did this guy leave?
Yeah.
He was in first place, leave in the second round. And they said, no, he's just sitting there not answering questions right. I go, ooh.
He, afterwards, I went over and I said, dude, I was like, what happened? He goes, yeah. He's like, you got to question 10. And after that point is when I started counting. I got none of those questions right. Yeah. None of them. I was like, holy shit. It was just one of those like crazy kind of happenings because I saw him walk in and I was like, all right, I know who's leaving with the $15 gift card tonight.
No,
I see it all the time. And I was dead. I was dead wrong. I was as wrong as they could be. It's like another personality when I hit that button. I like that. I like it. So that was kind of like my week recap. We put together the final touches on a few things for the booth. The booth looks really great. I'm stoked with the way it came out. Saw so many amazing people, and I'm going to mess up everybody. What I'd actually like to do at some point, Sean, and actually, Joe, maybe we should get a group chat going and just start making a list of everybody so we can do a proper thank you on Instagram like that, because there's so many amazing people that we got, and I know I'm going to forget them because this weekend I've been a basket case.
It's been so many, we all have to put our heads together to figure out who the hell
exactly
it was.
Exactly.
I'm sure I remember 5.
I've met so many people.
I remember 5.
Yeah. And folks, and this is what really kind of amazed me is the number of people who would show up and come by the booth and say, "Oh yeah, I listened to the show." We had a listener, Scott, come over, and he was talking about getting involved with multi-species tournaments, and that's one of the things that I've tried to make a point right here is talk about. Like, yeah, we're a podcast. We do have on our logo a giant largemouth, but this is truly a multi-species show at the core. Like, we like to get weird with it and have a lot of fun. And I've been talking up the tournament series a lot, and that's coming up. It starts in April with the Chronic Trips series, and I mean, we're working on something right now that I think you guys are going to want to know about. You think I can mention the new registration that we're going to have available? What it includes? A required piece of equipment? I know we're working on it. I've mentioned it. I don't know if we should mention it on the show yet.
Yeah, why don't we wait?
All right. We got something going for you guys, especially the first timers that are like, I haven't done this. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing or using the right shit. We got something that's made for you guys. It's going to help you get ahead.
That's me working on logistics. It might be, I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. You had me going there for a second.
It'll be good. No. You were like, what are we working on? I don't even know. See, look at this. We got the O'Keefe's coming down. We got the old Ditch Pickle Tickler coming down. I mean, it's the whole crew. It feels like Nathan Bills.
Yeah, we got, by my count, that's 2.5 O'Keefe's.
It is 2.5.
It is.
It's going to be a good one. So should I get into the debacle that was the truck camping adventure with Fishing with Becca?
You want to hit that or hit our weeks first?
Let's go to your weeks. Let's go to your weeks.
I'll go quick.
Yep.
So I'm not going to name the team I coach, but they were up against a wall. The way things work for high schools out here, you have to either finish in the top 32 by ranking, which the state does to make the state tournament, or you have to post a 500 or above record. What happens is we get 18 games for a regular season. Kids went 9-9, which you would think, hey, that puts them in the tournament. Incorrect. They are then given 2 more games with teams that are comparable.
Oh.
So not like walk.
That's right.
Walk
you explained this to me. Yeah.
And the first game was what after this season I would consider our rival team.
Yeah.
They beat us at home. We beat them at home.
Yeah.
Or they beat us at their home. We beat them at our home. Both games were chippy. This team loves to run their mouths. And then we found out the week before, we did obviously get assigned them. The week before this add-on game, we found this team went to one of our crosstown, I'm going to say friendly teams. We have a friendly rivalry with them.
Yep.
It's in the same town. All the kids on our team and the kids on that team play ball together in the summer. They're all pretty on good terms with them.
Huh.
Well, this rivalry team went to our crosstown friends and ran their mouths. Bad. So badly that we had a neutral site game that happened to be at our crosstown friends gym.
Yep.
That whole team, our friends, showed up and ran their mouths from the bleachers to this other team throughout the whole game. And their coach had, all right, that's enough, and moved them up the bleachers because it was to the point where some of this opposing team's players were getting ready to go into the bleachers, Malice in the Palace style. Yeah. So we ended up pulling it out. All we needed to win was one of our 2 last games. Our kids played, I can't tell you how hard they played. They had to shut one kid down on defense, and they did. A guy averages 25 points. They let him have 6 between 2 players, and he was out of the game.
That's great. That's a big step right there.
I jumped off the bench as if I just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I was so happy for these kids. I told them today at practice that all my years of basketball, I've had highs and lows. This was one of the best highs. Like, being able to coach a successful team, to get them to play together as a team and do all these, to do all the little things that gets you into a postseason. I'm so happy with them. I'm proud of them, and I'm excited that hey, we've got a tournament game. We talked about it this week. We talked about it at practice today. We're Cinderella. A certain number of teams from our division made the tournament. We are the absolute lowest, and that's fine. Nobody has any expectations. Pressure's off. I said, let's go out and ruin some seasons.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Let's
have some fun with it.
So we'll see what happens. We've got a game this week. Beyond that, I've been running at this show, in and out all weekend.
Yeah.
So you guys might hear some chewing. I have my Chipotle in front of me. I'm whacking this down for pure caloric content.
Oh, yeah.
To keep me going, because as soon as we're done recording, I then have to go help Three Bells break down their booth.
Oh, for sure. No. It's a tall order. There's a lot. What about your week, Joe?
Well, now that I'm new to the show, you guys know that I'm very boring during the week. I work, and I take care of the kids. And that's pretty much it.
Until
it's fishing season, my wife is nice enough to let me go out and fish pretty much whenever I want during fishing season.
That's awesome.
But once the winter months, man,
I'm up. I get it, man. You got to do what you got to do. I totally get it.
But I was here on Friday. I was here with you guys.
You were here
all weekend.
A presence all week long. It was awesome.
This is great for me. So I was able to do that, and that's it. My week was very uneventful.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll be able to get some good stories in there. Of how went. So once fishing starts, and everything.
I don't think we're far from it. I know we have like another week or two of some rocky, weather to deal with, and some highs and lows that are questionable. But I'm doing what any sane person would do in this situation. I'm getting the fuck out of town.
Smart.
I'm going to Chickamauga. Trip is next Saturday. I'm going to be meeting up at the ramp with Caleb Bell. And if you're not familiar with him, he does Bass Quest fishing charters on Chickamauga. My buddy Paul and I were staying over at Talk and Tackle, which is a tackle shop that has rooms available for clients of various guides that they can rent and stay there. So, not only do we have lodging, but we also have the ability to gear up if need right there. Yeah. And they're really cool. I can't wait to actually just check out the store. We're going to do that on Friday beforehand. The plan is to record some content with Caleb and potentially Alex Rudd, because I messaged Alex and I told him, I was like, this is when I'm coming down. He's like, get in touch with me later on in that week, like before you get there. He's like, if I'm available, I'd love to fish with you guys. It'd be awesome. Yeah. So it could be a whole lot of fun. I'm bringing Paul. Paul did not make it to the show today. He said that he has a great story for me for the road.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be great.
So it'll be an interesting one. But let me, so I'm looking forward to that. Next week's show is going to be insane. I'm sure that it's going to be like oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. Like, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm hoping that we have just the trip of a lifetime, of course. I'm prepared because it is cold water fishing and in an area where I have no knowledge whatsoever. So I'm going to be relying on Caleb and his experience quite a bit. No pressure though, Caleb. No pressure at all. None whatsoever.
So many species in there too.
Oh, I know.
So many.
Freaking killer. I'm looking forward to it. So let me talk about this. We did have Fishing with Becca with us here earlier this week. And it was Saturday. She had rolled in. The plan was this. She was going to come on and hang out at the booth and do her thing and mingle. And we didn't even record any content, actually. I totally forgot about that. I planned on it. We were going to do that today at some point. Now, the plan was this. She was going to come up to the Eastern States Exposition here in West Springfield. And our initial idea was that I said, how cool of a video would it be if you were to camp on the fairgrounds? She's a New Englander. This is New England's great state fair. I mean, how cool how much of a unique kind of experience? Because how many of her followers that are from this area have come here and shoved an overpriced baked potato into their gullet, or eaten salmon on a stick or something like that? Maybe had tater tots with lobster and drawn butter.
Me, you, us.
Yeah. It's happened.
We should take this moment, seeing as we just jumped on that. Joe, welcome to the show. Are you prepared for the weight gain?
Oh yeah, dude.
I think I already started. I think I'm off to a good start.
That's the right spirit. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Unfortunately, with my job, I got to kind of keep it cool.
Exactly.
I still have standards I need to meet, but
it makes sense. It makes
you're
sense.
Screwed.
That's that go-getter attitude that I'm looking for.
I'll flirt with that line, Sean. That's it.
You got to. You got to. You know, you got to live dangerously. That's the way I say it. But so Becca and I were going to camp here, and I'm not going to get into the details, but it just didn't turn out the way we expected. There were a bunch of hurdles to kind of make it happen, and I had a backup plan. Becca had told me that she's gotten an affinity for camping at Cracker Barrels that are nearby, or that are, you know, wherever in the area where she is. She's like, it's generally a safe place, and they're open and welcoming to people that need to park overnight and camp. And there happens to be one in the city where I live. So I said, you know what? Let's use that as a backup plan. Let's go ahead and we'll camp there if we have to. So I had left yesterday to do some run around, get my camping gear, because again, Friday was like straight out. I went home, did trivia. I had a truckload of like trivia gear in the back of my 4Runner. I had to swing over to my storage unit and swap everything for the camping gear. We're good to go. Well, I get over back to the booth. I talk to Becca. I'm like, it doesn't look like this is going to happen. If you want to toy around with spots to camp, fine. That's all right. We had a real gracious offer from another exhibitor that was here. And we ended up making the call that we were just going to go over to Cracker Barrel and do that thing. Because we're like, well, might as well just eat there. We'll figure it out.
Right.
What ended up happening was this. As Becca and I had gone to Cracker Barrel, we stuffed our faces with breakfast foods because we're both of that mindset that breakfast should be eaten and enjoyed at any time. So we go over there and we tie one on, and we had a great conversation about so much about business relationships and all kinds of great stuff. And I'll tell you what, for a creator, an influencer that's out there that's as young as she is, like, she has so much more experience than anybody really gives her credit for. I got to tell you, I appreciate and applaud Becca for a lot of what she's doing. She's awesome. But this is what happened. Fast forward, we talk to the server and we say, hey, we are interested in parking. We're going to be camping here. We have a couple of vehicles we're going to camp in. Where should we park? Like, what works best? And this is where it got a little sinister. Because she says, normally we tell people to park in the back of the restaurant over here. But she goes, I'm going to tell you guys to stay away from the back of the restaurant. I'm like, what is there like a rabbit? Is Cocaine Bear there?
Is Cocaine Bear in the back of the Cracker Barrel? Jesus Christ.
I got stuck in my throat. I guess guy's laughing over here. He's like, what is going on? So she says, yeah, don't go over there. Somebody dropped a camper back there, and we're actually just waiting for somebody to move it. Like, come and pick it up and get rid of it. And I was like, all right, okay, no problem. And she goes, yeah, so stay away. We don't even know what's in there. So, of course, we're walking out the door. And I go, you realize, like, I've got like a little Scooby-Doo voice in my head, like, oh, let's go check this out. We better split up and find some clues. Ruh-roh, indeed. No, when she said there was a camper back there, she didn't tell us that there was a camper back there with like all the pop-outs like engaged. Like, somebody was definitely in there.
Like a legit camper.
A legit travel trailer. Yeah. Like, they're, you know, the pop outs are engaged, are fully extended. Somebody had been in there and living short term. Okay, fine. There were no tracks around it. There was no vehicle nearby, and I guess it had been days it was there. I look over at Becca and I was like, I'll bet you somebody died in there. I'm willing to bet that's the situation. She's like, I don't know. Do you think maybe it's stolen and they just dumped it here? I was like, why would they open the crankouts? Right. You know, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like if they were doing that, it's got to be for function, you know,
try
for functionality.
Before you steal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, try it before you steal it. So, I mean, it is Holyoke. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is Holyoke after all. So I said to her, I was like, okay, that's a little bit sketch. So we decided we were going to move to the opposite end of the parking lot and camp there. Yep. As we're walking back to our cars, the cold reality hits us that it's freaking cold. When we have a short conversation and she's like, Bobby, are we going to bitch out? Is that what's going to happen here? And I told her, I was like, I'm not going to tell anybody unless you are going to tell anybody. And then I saw that she was holding her phone like this. And I was like, oh, fuck. So, yeah, I just want to beat her to the punch and make sure I tell the story that, yeah, we bitched out from, you know. So I went home. and I camped in my own bed with my wife and my youngest derpy dog, and I slept like a baby. I slept great. Becca headed back closer toward her area. I know she was going to finish off the video. I don't know how this all worked out, but yeah, I was like, I didn't realize she was recording. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, okay. All right. Hey,
showbiz.
So that was pretty much it for me as far as all that stuff. We had a little. I think a good hot topic here, Joe, that we had mentioned before. We were talking about tournament anglers, and we compared, like, there was a comparison to like professional athletes,
right?
And like this is a conversation that's happened on other shows, and people have had this conversation, but I came up with this analogy that I think was really. I forget how we actually got on the topic. I wish we could remember that. This is where like the note taking would have been really good, but there was so much happening here. But eventually, like, it came to where I made an analogy. I was just like, there's Michael Jordan. You go to anybody, do you know who Michael Jordan is?
Sure.
They definitely know who Michael Jordan is.
Yeah.
But if you go up to somebody and you're like, hey, do you know who KVD is? Right. He's the Michael Jordan of the fishing world, really. I mean, he's the name that anybody would know.
Still having baits and merchandise thrown at us. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry to interrupt KVD stuff, but we have to mention this is gorgeous. This is from beautiful jerkbait just thrown to me by Chris. I remembered his last name, Chris Mellowship.
Yep, Chris Mellowship,
owner of,
who is a new jig head, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Congratulations. We obviously made an impression on him, but we're going to be seeing a lot of their lures. He just threw me a beautifully painted jerkbait. It looks like a 90 size.
That's the size I picked up. All three of mine.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yep.
A-Bay Lure Lab.
Yep. A-Bay, you are going to be hearing a lot from A-Bay from us this year.
Oh yeah, you're going to hear. I mean, coming up later in the show, we have. In what would be the normal, typical interview segment, you're going to hear a series of little shorter interviews. We have a long one that we did with Lauren, where we kind of talked about the show as a whole and kind of tied some stuff together. So I mean, this is going to be a true like
marathon,
a marathon of editing for me to kind of string it together and have it make sense. So if you guys are like, wait a minute, hold on, there's an interview, then there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. We try to keep the format nice and straight, but it got kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about that, and we're just like, and I think I don't want to say like that's a problem anyway. Getting back to the whole like but I just don't think you can compare it to any other type of sport.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about. It's like you can go up to any person here that's never watched basketball in their life, and you could be like LeBron James. They're gonna know who that is.
LeBron, Kobe, Bird, Magic, and Michael. They're gonna know all those.
Same thing. And even if you mention Wayne Gretzky.
Yep.
You got Wayne Gretzky. Any of those people. Any swinging dick who's never watched sports in their life is going to know.
Yeah, every single one.
If you ask somebody, do you know who one of those people? Do you know who KVD is? Do you know who Ott Defoe is?
Yep.
Do you know who Jimmy Houston, Bill Dance, any of those guys?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who
it's a little bit more of a crapshoot,
Right, it's different. So those people that idolize these guys,
yep,
they are doing their research and they are legitimately vested in that sport. If you're not, and it's a really shitty thing for these guys who have gone so far and have accomplished so much.
Oh yeah, and paid to do it.
Yeah, and you've only for these people to idolize them, you've had to have vested so much into the actual sport. To whereas we pull this guy over here who's just walking who probably never watched basketball. He's gonna be like, I know who LeBron is. He doesn't have to have ever watched one game of basketball in his life.
Want to ask him? No, bring him over. Sir, we got a question for you. Come here.
We got a question.
So, we're talking about pro fishing versus other pro sports, right? So you're in the outdoors, you're in the outdoors industry, right? So if we said, hey, do you know who Kevin Van Dam is? Are you going to say yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously if we said, hey, who's Michael Jordan, right? So now we got to find somebody who's outside the industry. Maybe this was a mistake.
We didn't realize he was an exhibitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we're talking about is people who know who the Kevin Van Dams, the Ott Defoes, they have vested their time into fishing.
Yep.
Whereas you can go to anybody and they're going to know who Michael Jordan is. They wouldn't
Larry
have
Bird,
ever had to play a basketball game or watch basketball in their life, and they're going to know who those or Bill Russell, from back in that time. So
my bad. We picked someone in the outdoors.
Yeah, we picked someone in the outdoors.
We don't have any stickers, right?
The last one just went.
Awards, kind of gave it away.
As soon as you walked
definitely
out.
gave it away. I was like,
the vendor,
that was the wrong hat.
That and the vendor's badge.
Between the two. Yeah.
That's my bad.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I think that deserves one of these.
That's on STF. That's on me. Yeah. We brought in a ringer.
Oh, but it's true.
Anywho.
Yeah. Cut that.
Yeah.
We'll edit that out. My first blunder of the show.
No, that was on me. I pushed you.
We came walking up. I was like, oh, those are state pins.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of that.
Now, at this point, if this was Bernie's, I would have said, way to go, new guy, asshole.
Exactly.
Right. I'm the FNG.
You told me to do it. It doesn't matter.
You mentioned Bernie's, and there's a little sentimental value with the Springfield Sportsman show and Bernie's because last year we released the Bernie's shirt.
Yes.
Friday you wore your Bernie's shirt,
I did.
the Jigs and Bigs Bernie's parody, and man, I'll tell you, dude, I was like, holy crap, I did a good job designing that thing.
You did.
It looks just like it was 1996, and you were like throwing VCRs up to Billy LaFreniere on a ladder.
95.
Yeah, 95.
95, baby.
95, like just pitching them.
I quit at the onset of 96. That's when I left Bernie. So I maybe had a sliver of 96 in there, January, I think.
It was, that's exactly, I got memories. And then, and the other reason why it's kind of crazy is remember last year after we did our live show here, we packed up and we're bringing the gear, I think right out that door. And we're bringing the gear out of door number 2, and we pass Mike Ficara, who used to work at Bernie's with us. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? We'll explain the whole Bernie's thing.
I did not work at Bernie's, everyone. I did not work at Bernie's. Yeah. I'm a little younger.
Yeah. Bernie's HOT. Let me pour a little out for the homies that ain't here. We had this really amazing conversation about tournament bass fishing and how different it is, when it comes to those competitors versus the competitors of so many other sports.
Right.
And the fact that they have to, I don't know, it's just kind of nuts. We got hands waving, everything's crazy.
Lots of sign language, lots of silent yelling.
I was trying to be quiet about that, but I looked across over at Three Bells, and I noticed there is a gaggle of DaCostas over there.
Yeah, there is. There's all the DaCostas.
Oh, they're all over there.
Yep, they're all over there.
And right by is one of my cousins walking by. It's like family all here now. It's crazy.
It really is. It really is. Let's go ahead and do this, guys. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back and we'll get to segment number 2, because this week we got a couple of good ones for you guys. FTG is going to really, really piss you off, but there is a silver lining. And then in bait of the week, we're talking jerkbaits. That's all coming back. We'll see you after this short break.
Jigs and Bigs wants to take a moment to say thank you to our partners for helping us continue to push the limits of our fishing adventures and bring you amazing long-form content. For all your premium kayak needs, we partner with Three Bells Outfitters, located along Smith Cove in Niantic, Connecticut. Three Bells is your go-to location for kayaks and accessories from Hobie, Native, Bonafide, Jackson, Yak Attack, Naqua, Boondocks, Burley Pro, and many more. Financing options are available to upgrade you and your kayak fishing experience. White glove delivery service is also available. Visit threebellsoutfitters.com for more info, and don't forget to tell them that Jigs and Bigs sent you. When it comes to high-quality polarized sunglasses, we've partnered with Torres. They provide stylish sunglasses in a variety of frames that are light and fit comfortably on your face. The polarization cuts glare and allows you to see the whole picture, helping you identify what's below the water's surface. They have a 60-day, risk-free trial, lifetime warranty, and free shipping. Plus, you can save yourself 10% with the code JIGSandBigs10 at checkout. Visit Torrege.com to check out their selection. That's www.torege.com. Again, we cannot thank our partners enough for their support. Please consider supporting them and supporting the show in the same process. Thanks.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
We do have the speaker live right now. Luckily, I think everybody kind of knows where this is going. We're starting our second segment with FTG this week because it's a doozy, man. It is a doozy. So before we get into it, we're going to take a certain type of spin, I think, talking about this. But I want to set the stage and give the history of exactly what happened for everybody that's listening to the show. So where we're set up at the Sportsman show right now, we are booth number 250, and adjacent to our backside, we have the Girl Scouts of America. The Girl Scouts of America are here, and you know what the Girl Scouts of America are doing? They're selling cookies, damn it. That's what they do. That's how they fund themselves. So, it was what, early afternoon, I think.
On Friday. Yeah, Friday.
Yeah, it was early afternoon on Friday.
Right off the clip.
And the local health department here, the West Springfield Health Department, had come in and essentially come in like guns a-blazing. We're shutting you guys down. What kind of operation? Hey, I'm not even doing the right voice.
What kind of operation you got going in here? The Girl Scouts, get out. You can't sell packaged foods.
So they were told that, yeah, now they're looking over.
Laughing, yeah.
So they were told that they couldn't set up operation over here, and I believe the Boy Scouts over there got the same treatment.
Did they?
I believe so.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I don't know what they were selling for packaged foods.
Yeah, it's because they didn't have the correct permits.
Yeah, and that's what it was. It was
foods.
all about the permits for the event. Which I get it. These things are like that in order, but you know. It was really kind of shitty, especially for the Girl Scouts, because I know that they have to basically front all the stuff up front,
yeah.
And then they're reselling it. So they're walking into this out, and this is a 3-day event. They could have sold a lot of cookies, and now they're being told that they can't. So when I left, I mean, we already knew that this FTG was happening. Like, we made that executive call. I mean, once it happened, we're like, no, this is happening. And then I offered to try to help as best that we could, because I know that our listeners are some of the best and most supportive people in the world. So I said, I think I have an idea of how we can help. And since then, that has changed a little bit. So what we're going to do is kind of talk about our spin on it. I think, Sean, you nailed it. Like, just the way that it was handled.
Yeah, well,
highly inappropriate.
We talk a lot on this show about rules, whether it's kayak fishing or whether it's state rules for safety. Look, I understand that the health department has to come in to make sure that there's not bullshit going on, and they have rules. But I think in this town, you can sell Girl Scout cookies outside of a supermarket as long as you talk to the supermarket. You don't need a permit for it.
Yeah.
So maybe in this case, instead of getting a PA black eye, which we're delivering right now.
Exactly, yeah.
They just kind of say, hey, listen, you don't have a permit. Can you hold off selling cookies just for a little while? We want to work this through and make sure you guys can still be here. That's pretty rational, I think.
Yeah, I think it's totally doable.
Instead, we came across a Girl Scout troop that was very upset.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the girls weren't, I mean, I didn't see any tears, but I imagine, it could have happened. And they were confused and upset.
And I want to give them credit. I want to give them credit. We offered them an open microphone to air a grievance. And I'm not even talking about the adults that were involved. Kids that were like half our age, more than half our age, a third of our age, all saying like, no, it's probably not a good idea for me to be on a live microphone and say what I want to say right now.
Because they were emotional.
They were very, very upset, and understandably so. So I took some of that and I brought it to my trivia night, and I said, hey, this is messed up. This is what went down, and this is how you can help. The silver lining is this. Apparently, Friday night, there was some significant work on phones and reaching out to people and places or people that are in positions of power to actually get things done.
The chain of command was properly utilized.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, it was the second step after get out.
Exactly.
The chain of command was utilized and things were set right.
Yep.
The Girl Scouts are still here.
Yep.
We feel they may have lost a day of sales, so we want to help.
Well, I went over to buy some Girl Scout cookies to bring home for my wife and my girls, and they have sold almost entirely what they've got. They've got a couple of boxes that are, so they did sell what they were expecting to, even though it was sketchier than hell the first day going out. So I'm excited because my wife and kids, they are into lemon flavored stuff. Like lemon Kit Kats are a big thing in my house.
Really?
Yeah, lemon Kit Kats are a big thing, and so I picked up some Lemon Ups to see how they were going to do. And I know my wife's not going to listen; it doesn't matter.
I've been known to fire down a lemon wafer every now and again. They're pretty good.
I like lemon as a flavor. I really do. I like it. I like it as a note in a good beer. You know.
There you go.
I do. What can I say? So. The silver lining is that they did ultimately sell their cookies. It sucks that they had to deal with the kind of drama from everything else. But here's where the change was. Initially, I said, listen, if you could get me whatever link you can do for online sales so I can send people your way so you guys can move more cookies and you can move what you have. And she told me, she was like, you know, we're not really supposed to share that publicly. It's not kind of the way they do it. They'll kill the link if it's shared publicly. I said, okay, I understand. So instead, and this is what we're going to do, she's going to share a link with me that's for a Scout Finder. And because they managed to do the business they intended to do here at the show and sell that number of cookies, they're going to send a link over for that Scout Finder. And this will put you in touch with folks that... in your area, or help you find a scout, somebody that you may know, so that you can buy some Girl Scout cookies and support the cause, you know, doing so.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it's awesome. It ended up being actually a pretty good thing in the end. Not a good thing at all for the health department here in West Springfield. Like, I think there might need to be some calibration to the.
You could have used a little discretion.
Yeah, just you know,
a little.
We're not going to drop any positions, but I heard it got high enough up the chain that there's probably they've got their own problems to worry about now.
Yeah.
For years going forward, there will be. We're having an event. People have permits. For God's sakes, if there's anything wrong with the Boy or Girl Scout, you call me first.
Yeah, exactly. You make a phone call because we don't want. Last thing we want is these lightly roasted hippies arguing about fishing on the internet, complaining about us and making us the FTG.
Yep. Right. Well, too late.
Yeah. It already happened. So let's go ahead and we'll move on because segment 3 is going to be a big one, guys. We're going to go ahead and get to it, guys. It's been a little bit since we've done one of these. Here we go.
Jigs and Bigs, Bait of the Week.
Cold weather fishing, baby. Cold weather fishing. And we're talking hard jerk baits. You know, I mean, when we did the best of 25, we did soft jerk baits, and I think there was one specific hard jerk bait that was in there. But I'm telling you, like, jerk baits work great year round. You know, I mean, and they're super flexible. You can get floating types, you suspending types, various sizes. They're highly effective to get finicky fish to bite, suspending fish to bite. Right. They're a cold water must, I think. They're like one of the first go-to. It makes all the sense.
100%.
You know,
not even a cold water for me. Let's expand that. Cold water for me means it's part of the puzzle with a shorter, smaller, like really bite area. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh yeah.
So never mind just colder water, but like summertime cold fronts.
Yep.
Those fish are really dealing with the pressure change. That's a great time to throw a suspending jerkbait.
Oh, yeah.
Or a floater. I mean, depending on how shallow the water is,
Yeah,
it might
exactly.
move a foot or two to go get it if it's on the surface.
And there's a lot that you can do with a jerkbait. I have a fondness for jerkbaits. My PB was on a jerkbait, a Provoke 106X, and man, I remember that the first time I ever started having success with a jerkbait, it was one of those things where I knew I wanted to kind of learn the technique for a suspending jerkbait, and you know, it made an impact on me. And you know, I was over at eBay Lure Lab. And
they're getting some of my money in a minute here too.
Yeah. I'm going to make my third stop in there before we get out of here today.
Man, I'm telling you, it's out of this world. And I did good. Look at some of these colors. Now you guys know, beautiful. Like I like. There's so many great jerks that are available. Like Rapala is probably like the first of a lot of people's minds. with whether you're throwing a husky jerk, you're throwing a floating model, you're throwing, there's so many different options. But then you got Mega Bass.
Yeah,
the Vision 110
Vision
is
110.
That's the go-to that a lot of people talk about.
6 cents, Berkeley's. I use Berkeley's.
The Berkeley,
Yep.
Berkeley, unbelievable. I think have you got now? I mean, I caught my PB on a jerkbait. I mean, that's like if it's cold water, it's the first bait that I'm gonna throw. Really, most of the time.
We talked about it. My smallmouth PB was on a jerkbait.
That's right. It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
Was that cold water?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. That was
okay.
in the first week of April.
Oh my goodness.
Last year, my biggest fish came off a jerkbait early.
Yep.
It was in the knockout tournament. I was just talking to somebody else about it. They had mentioned, hey, have you fished this pond? And I said, well, let me show you the one picture I have from that pond. And then that fish went near 6 pounds.
That's awesome.
So,
I mean, the proof is in the pudding,
Yeah.
What now? Everybody, what I've found about jerkbait fishing is that I think there's the most. What's the right way to word it? I guess the most of a spectrum of what people like to throw jerkbaits on.
Right.
There's the most there are folks who are just I throw jerkbaits on spinning gear straight up every time, all the time.
That's me.
And a handful of other people too. I think who's the guy I'm thinking of? Oh my God, YouTuber. He's a pro angler, older guy. I'm forgetting his name. Bitter old man. You know who I'm talking about? Randy.
Blockett.
Yeah, Randy Blockett. He's another one who's spinner bait or spinning rig all the time.
And I only do that. I've explained why I do that.
Yeah.
I think they knuckle quite regardless of the weight. But as you get lighter, they do it more. I feel the jerkbaits knuckle.
Yeah.
When you throw them with bait casting, that's what I found with my experience over the years. And could it be due to with my bait casters? I use a little bit heavier line. Maybe
could be.
It's a possibility. But I feel comfortable throwing them with either 8-pound mono, or 10-pound mono or 8-pound fluoro on spinning. I just feel I'm more accurate with it, and it's going to knuckle less as it goes through the air.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I definitely get that. I find that because I do my favorite jerkbait rod is I'm relatively short. I'm only 5'7", so I love a 6'10" jerkbait rod.
Okay.
I've thrown them on a little bit longer of a rod, and I like a 6'10" generally is what I want. But I throw them on a medium heavy bait caster, and I throw them on lighter line with a fast reel, just because I want to be able to pick up that slack. I mean, pick up some of the slack and still leave plenty there. But it's just the way that I like to. But it's interesting. The size comes into play because I won't throw the smallest floating Rapalas that I've got on that.
With
no. Yeah, I won't throw that. Obviously,
It's weird for me because with floating Rapalas, after going through all my data and really concentrating on what's catching big fish.
Yep.
Floating Rapalas, I generally use size 13s. I won't even use 11s anymore.
Yeah.
All right. But then when I go subsurface and I know that bite, if a fish is hitting topwater, chances are we're not in those conditions where it's real tight strike zone. So subsurface, we might be in those conditions, and all I'll use is 110s and 90s. And I prefer to find companies that have the same color in both, because once I find a pattern that works, then I can upsize and downsize.
Build your spectrum.
I'm only changing one variable, the size. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
because then you've got a color, you've got a pattern, and then you can make the adjustment size-wise up or down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you when you're throwing jerkbaits, Joe? What do you generally like to throw them on?
I throw them on. I always have thrown them on a bait caster.
Yep.
A friend of mine who runs a jig company, Jay Haskins, he will only throw it on a spinning reel. He tells me why, whatever. And I just haven't. I thought about trying it this year. And now that I hear Sean does it, so maybe I'll do it. But typically something around 7, between 7.2. Yeah. Obviously a medium heavy. The real speed, I don't really. It's usually. I mean, obviously my standards, like a 7.3. I mean, it doesn't.
I lean higher anyway, but when I go slower, I go real slow.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, I jerk the hell out of those things too. I am not easy with the jerk baits.
Yep.
I
think that's my biggest thing too. I'm one where I have to literally out loud tell myself, slow down, dummy.
The ADD in me has a real tough time fishing, especially the cold water where you pause them for a little bit longer.
You're sitting there for like 20 seconds.
You're looking at your watch. You're like, but that's what you got to do.
Oh, yeah. And that's when the bite happens. You know.
Yep. Right. It's and there's nothing better than when you're on those jerk baits and you're on that pause. And then you go to jerk again. You're like, whoa, what's that?
Oh yeah.
And there's something on there because especially in the beginning, in the beginning of season, because the fish are so slow and lethargic.
Oh my God.
They just kind of grab that thing and just kind of sit there, and
it is. It's crazy. There's nothing more rewarding than when it gets bit on that pause and you're like, okay, twitch. Oh no, wait, get something else.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Like that. I don't know. I love that kind of stuff.
Party time.
Party time. Yes, absolutely party time. So I mean, if cold water. If you're out there and you're fishing cold water, suspending jerkbait is your friend, absolutely. And don't be afraid to tie it on when the bite gets tough and it's crazy hot out too.
Yeah, and the other thing with the jerkbaits, and this is something I've got into recently, last couple of years, is everyone gets those the standard, the standard 106s or the provokes or the visions. Not very many people dabble into the deeper jerkbaits,
the deeper
diving jerkbaits.
More to come on that, Joe.
Oh.
I've been at a few fishing and hunting shows the past few weeks. I may or may not have picked some. Actually, it wasn't even a fishing or hunting show. It was at that store, that unnamed store I've been talking about.
Told me about.
That I found some incredibly deep diving jerkbaits, and I'm looking at them, and I said, you know what, this is something I want to add to my arsenal.
Yeah, they are. People don't. I mean, if you have bass, especially in the cold water, if you have bass suspended in that 12 foot range and that standard, they're not touching the crankbaits. They're going a little bit too quick for them, and those deep jerk baits are phenomenal for suspended fish.
Yeah.
The ones I picked up were a name brand, and I believe they were 15 to 20 foot divers, and that's where they suspend.
I've never suspended. I've never had one that suspends that deep, but I got those +2s from Spencer Cookson over at Berkshire Bassin, and
I usually don't fish that deep water where I would need to, but I can understand. But so this is why I'm going to ask this potentially stupid question. When you throw a jerkbait and it lands,
sure,
you generally crank it X amount of cranks to get it down to the level before you start twitching.
Right.
With the deeper, right? Do you have to crank it further?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
okay.
So especially with my, I crank fast. To get it down there, because. In my head, I'm like, if I crank it faster,
it'll be
down
deeper,
there faster.
faster. Yeah, exactly.
So I give it, and I do the same thing, and I'm sure we'll talk about it in future shows. But another big thing I do is deep crankbait.
Yep.
I love my deep cranks, and just getting it down there, and and having the correct gear. I run a lower. I typically run a lower test line to try to.
That'll help too. Yep. Absolutely will.
And
sink it.
Yeah, and you gotta be able. When you are, the one thing you have to understand is when you are using deep cranks or deep jerk baits, you have to have gear that is gonna send that shit like a mile.
Yeah.
Because you don't understand what you're losing, the space that you're losing.
That was going to be my next question.
The bait, to get that bait where it's intended to be.
You need to bomb it.
It really
to compensate.
Think of the way I always thought about it was the flight and the return path look like a right triangle.
Yes.
With the longest side at the top.
Yes.
How do you know you have two Air Force guys on the show?
Right triangle.
It's like the glide slope, right, Sean?
Yes. Yes. I ever tell you guys I was on an airplane coming home from a work class, right? Yeah. And I was sitting next to a college algebra teacher, and we started talking, and she says, that the whole thing is these kids always turn around and say, we're never going to use any of this shit. And I said, I just had to learn a whole system based on the Pythagorean theorem. And she goes, really? I go, yeah, you tell your kids this. There are jobs out there that need this shit.
Yep.
It's messed up.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
But so with the longest side of the right triangle on the top, and then it goes down straighter like a steeper angle, then comes back up at a smaller angle. So,
Right.
yeah, you really got to bomb the shit out of it.
Because I mean, you guys know it, and it takes it with, especially with deep cranks.
Yep.
Those last few cranks, you're because that thing is so deep, and so now you're bringing that thing up vertical.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially me on the boat.
Yep.
When I'm deep cranking that, it's like I'm friggin' cod fishing on the ocean. I mean, that thing's vertical, and there's so much resistance because of that bill. So yeah.
Yep.
It is. It's freaking wild, man. It is absolutely wild.
But don't be afraid of them.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of them.
Yeah. It's worth it. You can open up a whole different amount of potential for you to be able to catch great fish.
Yes.
And by diversifying, getting out of that little box and throwing, deeper shit. Well, I mean, and I think you can put cranks in there as well, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
It's well worth it.
Awesome.
Let's go ahead and wrap this one, guys. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back now. As a reminder, we have a series of folks that we've got on the show that you're going to hear from. You're going to hear from John over at Nor'easter Hardcore Fishing Gear. You're going to hear from, you're hearing from Spencer over at Berkshire Bass. Yeah. You're going to hear from Chris over at A-Bay Lure Lab. You're going to hear from Lauren over at Three Bells Outfitters. We got a bunch of folks. You're also going to hear from, like I said, the entire Fresh Baits fraternity showed up.
We had a little frat party.
We had a little keg stands. It was great.
Practice.
We were cooking sausages in the parking lot. It was always awesome.
Throwing beats.
While I was gone, just so you guys know, I'm going to have to go home and ice my arm because I was asked to step on the court to mimic a player. And I told my head coach, I'm like, dude, I don't want to do this. He's like, come on, you'll be fine. So we have a game plan and it involves really covering three-pointers. And I went ahead and got open, standing around, just moving kind of efficiently. I grabbed the ball, and it was in the air, and I launched a three, and I'm like, oh, God, I hope my arm doesn't hurt after this. And halfway through the air, I went ahead and said, it went right through the bottom of the net. And I went, I'm back, fuckers.
Well, and then he comes back.
Fuckers.
He comes back and tells me the story, and I go, well, hold on a second. I was like, well, how'd that feel? He's like, oh no, it's good. It's all it's all in the wrists.
Yeah.
And then he sits down, picks up his phone. He's like,
yeah, it's weird.
Okay, there it is.
But it is. I mean, I was told specifically not to cast with that snapping motion, but a jump shot is like an S, and then you snap your wrist. Yeah. So I'm back. I can hit a three in a high schooler's face at 45 years old.
that is the best win of them all.
Yep.
Guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll get you back all these little interviews from the Springfield Sportsman Show. We'll see you on the other end, and we're going to wrap things up. We'll be right back after this.
Jigs and Bigs is your favorite fishing podcast, right? Why not show the world how much you love the show while directly supporting us? We have men's and ladies' shirts, hoodies, and a variety of hats. We even have a waterproof outdoor Bluetooth speaker so you can listen to your favorite podcast while out on the water if you like. Check out jigsandbigs.com/shop to visit the store and gear yourself up. If you really can't get enough of this show, consider becoming a jighead and joining our Patreon. It's a subscription that gives you exclusive access to recording sessions that allow you to engage with us as we record the show. We also have some exclusive content there just for our jigheads and even have some special promo codes. Space is limited, so join now at jigsandbigs.com. Finally, if you're local to our area in Western Massachusetts, consider checking out the Western Mass Fishing Report, posted weekly at northeastwildwoman.com. We have amazing contributors providing great content and info for local conditions and what's been going on and working recently. Jigs and Bigs, so much more than just two lightly roasted hippies trapped in the 90s arguing on the internet about fishing.
Alrighty, guys. Bobby Roast Beef from Jigs and Bigs. We're here live on location. We're in our booth number 250 at the Springfield Sportsman Show. And I got our new co-host with us. We got Who the Fuck is Joe Brown in the house.
What's up?
This is your first interview segment with us, but we have a guest that I'm a little bit embarrassed, to tell you the truth, that we haven't had this guy on already on this show, being the fact that we are Western Massachusetts' favorite fishing podcast. We got the one and only only Berkshire Bass head honcho here. We got Spencer Cookson with us. Dude, it's good to have you here, man. It's been a while. I've been following your YouTube channel since before I started this show. And I don't know what the fuck my problem is, why I haven't had you on so far. But how are things?
Same old deal, man. No, the YouTube, I wish we used it more, but
that's always the way, man.
Back in the day, we used to pump that out, and that was kind of our main deal, building a little following that. But I appreciate you following that deal. But yeah, Springfield Sportsman show looks like it should be a good weekend.
Oh yeah.
We were down in Philly last weekend with no ice. We're kind of just chasing around these shows, trying to sell some jerkbaits, some Megabass products, and meet some new customers and that whole deal. So
it's nothing
wrong
with that.
Good.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you got Megabass jerkbaits over there. I'm going to Chickamauga next week.
Okay.
I might have to stop by.
Yep.
Shit.
Vision 110.
just got mine.
We got crankbaits down there too.
Plus twos.
Mad draft.
Plus twos.
Right.
Oh man.
That's awesome.
Those deep jerks.
Yep. Plus twos, plus ones.
Some nice colors too.
Regular 110s. The whole deal.
We got to make it happen. It's got to happen.
Yes.
Chick is coming. Anyway, let's talk. I mean, you've got your hands full. Like you're talking, you've got a tackle shop, Berkshire Bass, you're in Sheffield, right?
Right. Yep.
You're in Sheffield, and not only do you have that, but you're also working a guide service. Like you've got your hands full in this business. Kind of walk us through a little bit of that, like how you got from to where you are today. Like walk us through the path to get here.
Yeah, I mean, I really started in college, guiding a little bit, kind of, it wasn't really blowing up or anything like that. We've always had merch and always had the content, like you said. But I didn't really have a plan, to be honest with you. Things just kind of rolled.
That's awesome.
I mean, there was a bunch of ups and downs, just like anything else, learning as you go. But I just haven't really known anything else, to be honest with you. I figured this was the only way I could kind of make it, and not that we're not done yet at all, but we got to keep our foot down, just like you said. So yeah, that's pretty much the whole deal. With the whole tackle side of it, it just kind of made sense with the guiding and pushing customers to get out on the boat with us, and knowing the area pretty good, growing up there, fishing there since I was 4 or 5 years old.
Yep, that's invaluable. Like having that experience, that's ultimately what people are paying for. You know what I mean? When they're going out with you, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's kind of the other side of it that I don't really have a straight answer for. It's because I've always done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense.
So it's a cool deal. I'm real grateful for everyone stops in the shop or jumps on the boat with us and has a good day.
That's awesome.
But yeah, we can't thank our customers more, enough for that. So
that's huge. Now, I thought I read somewhere something about you getting into tournaments.
Yeah, we've ran a tournament trail for what is it? I don't know. This will be you call it the third season. And that's kind of, my personal side of it. I've always wanted to be, fish at a pretty high level. As high level as I can get to. So, I'll be making a pretty big jump personally, hopefully this year, depending on a couple deals. But our trail is kind of all around New England, mostly southern New England. Joe's fished 1 or 2 of ours. And But our trail's right on our website, berkshirebassing.com. It's all online registration. So clean deal. You see how many boats are there. And, we usually get a good crowd. Some days, we'll get better than others. But a lot of people know us for our Fall Classic up in Vermont. On Bombazine and St. Cat. 2 phenomenal fisheries that, really show out in mid-October.
Awesome.
So
that's freaking awesome.
Pretty good payouts too. It's about 92% payout. So with the money, you're gonna find that you're gonna win some money if you do well.
Cool.
You know what I mean?
Nice. That's awesome. And that's the thing. Like, I got to tell you, being so local here in the Pioneer Valley, I look forward to fishing the Berkshires. So if you're looking to compete and you want to fish arguably, I would say some of the best water to fish in Massachusetts, go west, my son. Yeah, go west.
The only deal with with how good our fisheries are, they're just small. So I was telling Joe before, there's only really a couple places where we can hold tournaments at the size we want.
Exactly.
So, Buell's pretty much, once you get north of 12 boats on Buell, it's right around the road. We're all fishing the same thing. You know what I mean? No one really wants to do that. A Noda in the spring, that'll fish bigger. You get 20, 22. You feel like you're not on top of each other. Still have a good day. But other than that,
I like a Noda.
Yeah. A Noda's tough. I mean, once they're done spawning there, I don't go back up there just because I don't like dealing with the boat traffic. I'm not a big electronics guy. I don't want to fish deep. But spring jerk bait bite there is phenomenal.
Yeah, I've heard.
When they're on the bed
Killer.
there, it's phenomenal. That's a really, really fun place
Winona was
to be.
my first tournament with Spence last year, and I got humbled real fucking quick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Putting 5 in the boat there, not easy. It's
No.
not easy.
Nope.
But they're usually going to be the right bites.
Oh yeah,
If you're doing the right
last
thing.
time I fished up there was with Tim Jakes over from Northeast Bass Anglers,
Right.
and we were fishing over there, and I mean, there are absolute tanks that are in there of all species, big pike, huge carp. We saw this giant, almost like schooling carp, right below us, chasing after these perch, massive schools of perch, and I mean. If you like to fish deep, it's a great spot.
I tell people this about Anota. I sincerely believe this, except Quabbin.
Yep.
I think it's your best place in the state if you want to bag over 22 pounds.
Yeah.
Quabbin's
maniac.
The thing with that lake is half the smallmouth in Anota are river smallmouth. The other half are Ontario bred. You can tell if you look at the weigh-in pictures, you'll see some really long tails on some, and then you'll see some Ontario fish. Because a guy from Pittsfield who fished Ontario, St. Lawrence, and all that actually brought a lot of them back.
Really?
And they started breeding. So that's why it's a really, really good smallmouth.
Yeah,
It's freaking awesome.
I caught my PB Smalley there pre-fishing for your tournament last year, 4.9. Yeah.
No shit.
No, next time you see pictures of smallmouth at Anota, look at the two different smallmouth.
Yeah.
You'll see a difference.
That's wild.
Yeah, you'll see a difference how they're built. The big ones, the Ontario smallmouth, those are the ones you win with. But, they're tougher, and there's not as many of them.
Yeah.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
But there's some nuclear bombers in Anota.
That is freaking bananas, man. Let's talk baits. What's your top your short list? Your top 3 confidence baits. What do you feel like you can get it done with when
Mega bass,
counts?
big gabbit, frog, East Coast flipping delight. I love fishing shallow.
Yeah.
I want to be in the grass. I want to be in the pads. So after they're done spawning, that's where I am. Turn the electronics off. I try and leave the covers on them as much as I can, honestly. But yeah, that's what I like to do. Frog, punch, flip. But that's pretty much it, guys. Yeah, chatterbaiting too, early in the spring. The mag draft's really, really good tool early in the spring, especially if you're around fish that are on trout when they stock trout. I was telling you, we were talking about Quaybog. I didn't know they stock trout in there in the South Pond.
Oh, yeah.
That place in the spring must be phenomenal because those big largemouth getting on them.
Yeah,
trout.
they stock the trout in South Pond, which is connected, but they will venture over to Quaybog through the bridge there.
That's probably a fun bite. But yeah, we do that at a couple lakes in our area too, early season.
Yep.
That's when you want to get off the bank, turn the graph on, live scope, and that's such a fun bite.
Oh, definitely.
Alewife too. It's really fun when you can find them under balls of them.
I mean, and I mentioned fishing the Berkshires is some of the best fishing in the state, honestly.
Yeah.
The other end of that is fishing the Cape.
Cape's phenomenal too.
Oh man, it is fantastic.
Very different fisheries, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you're right, exactly. Very, very different fisheries, totally. But there's so many folks that, especially from the eastern part of the state, that look at the Berkshires and they're just like,
I don't think I want to go all the way out there.
And the reality of it is, if you just go for it, give it a shot. The Berkshires are amazing. I got my wife wants to rent an Airbnb on Buell actually, because she kind of fell in love with Great Barrington.
Right.
She's like, yeah, we could go and go to freaking Cloud Moon and have drinks and everything. I was like, yeah, all right, that'll be an expensive weekend. All right, yeah, cool.
No, I mean, kind of piggybacking on that deal, a lot of our guide clients from Eastern Mass, Southern Connecticut, they'll bring their wives, they'll fish with us during the day. They go to Great Barrington, have a great day.
Have an amazing day.
Everyone's happy.
Yep.
You get to experience the outdoors for the guy, want to catch big bass, want to have a fun day fishing, and then you get to experience the culture side of it. So we got a really good deal going over there, and a bunch of our business and local people you won't beat them. So
I love it, man.
It's an awesome deal.
Do us a favor, man. If you got anything crazy that you want to promote or any shout outs you want to give for anybody you're working with, go ahead. This is your opportunity to promote yourself a little bit.
Oh, no, nothing crazy. Just, if you guys are interested or, stopping by the shop or getting out on a guide trip, it's berkshirebassing.com. All our info's on there. There's a full contact form where you can fill out and we'll get right back to you. But yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome. This is really great, Spencer. Appreciate it, dude.
No problem, fellas.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. that was awkward and kind of fun at the same time. We're back. That was really good to hear from Spencer from Berkshire Bass. That was, like I said, long overdue in that interview. Definitely kind of sucked, but we figured we'd kind of make this segment of the show a little bit smoother for everybody. And if that intro music didn't put it smooth enough for you, I don't know what else, but we got some stuff for you. Sean had a great suggestion. We're going to talk about the shit that we've bought. And I think we should also mention some of the stuff that we've got our eye on or are looking for as well. Why don't we go ahead with, actually, let's let Joe jump in here because he's dropped some coin already.
Oh, yeah.
He's dropped some coin already.
Yeah, unfortunately. But not unfortunately. So obviously I went over to Spencer's booth, Berkshire Bass, and he's a Mega Bass dealer, and I'm kind of unfortunately, a Mega Bass snob. We all know how expensive those things are.
It's no joke.
Yeah, no, but he had the jerk, the Division 110 plus 2s. So for you that don't, those are deep jerk baits, which I really enjoy using in the spring. So I went and dropped some money on a few of those, and then from there our neighbors behind us, from A-Bay Lure Lab, I went and grabbed a couple crankbaits from them, custom painted. Actually, they are on the DT16 platform because I like my deep cranks, dragging them on the rocks. And they had some phenomenal paint jobs, custom paint jobs, and
beautiful
for the price. I mean, couldn't beat it.
Yeah. We're hoping to get A-Bay, Chris and Christina from A-Bay talking with us. Hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Get a couple minutes talking to them. There are next door neighbors here at the show, and we've hit it off famously with them. They're good people.
Definitely, very very good folks. Great products, and they've got a history with Delirious.
Really?
I didn't realize this. Yeah, so Delirious earlier. So Delirious is around here, and you guys will see on our Instagram and so we'll take some pictures and stuff. Delirious is bouncing around here checking stuff out, and he looks around the corner and does one of these like, oh holy shit, you guys are here. And he goes back and he was telling me, he's like, this is a great company. They're amazing folks. He goes, remember when I flipped my kayak and I lost all that gear? They're one of the first ones to reach out and help me out.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm like, that is fucking really cool. Just like stand-up folks. So I think that's really cool. I'm excited to have them out. I'm going to check out their jerk baits. And then I'm also going to look at some of their lipless as well. I like to throw a lot of lipless because for me it's lipless and square bills. Yeah. Lipless are super versatile, so I tend to lean that direction quite a bit. But just over there looking, I know they're selling out of a lot of their swim baits.
They are.
They're selling out. So, hey, let's see what happens. It's going to be good. Everything that I have bought already has gone in my fat fucking gullet. Everything.
You ate a sweatshirt?
I haven't bought the sweatshirt yet. Okay. But I'm hoping it'll wear better than it will. I'm hoping it'll still fit. What did I pick up yesterday? I went over to a great company, and I'm hoping that they come down to talk with us as well. And when I asked them about joining us yesterday, they looked at me like I had three heads. I just don't think they understand how much we talk about food on this program.
Right.
This is a company called Cheese Filled Company. You can check them out, cheesefilledcompany.com. And an episode a while ago, I believe it was Tim Jakes had mentioned, he was like, oh, you got to come and check out these, they're these cheese-filled pepperonis that you can buy. And at first, I didn't realize what he was talking about. Well, now I understand. And it's because on their promotional card, it says, their tagline at the bottom, it says 8 inches of meat you can't beat. And from what I've heard from people, that's exactly what they're going for right there. So 8 inches of meat you can't beat. I picked one up, brought that home last night. The family enjoyed that one. We dove into that one together. And then I went over to my favorite place, the Jerky Hut. And they've got prime rib jerky. You remember last year at this show, I dropped far too much money on jerky. I did a tour around the world in a way, and it was awesome. So I got prime rib jerky. I got some elk jerky. That was one of my favorites from last year, and then an elk meat stick as a little appetizer here to get ready. But yeah, that's everything that I've bought so far. I'm looking for some terminal tackle for the Chickamauga trip. And there's some other stuff like jerk baits and stuff too that I want to check out behind us. So
The crazy part about the Jerky Hut is you can get anything from your prime rib to literally kangaroo.
Yeah.
They have kangaroo jerky over there.
Nice segue, Joe. I went there yesterday and got said kangaroo and a bag of gator.
They do have the gator, yeah.
So I ate the gator jerky. The roux jerky is sitting at home waiting. And really outside of that, I've been clothing so far. I know before the trip is over here, before the show is over here, I'll be hitting A-Bay. I told Spencer I would stop up to Berkshire Bass. We're pieces of shit. We've never actually gone up there. So,
and I mentioned that in the interview. I was like, he's up in Sheffield. We go out there every once in a while. A couple of times out fishing. We've actually driven right by the shop. And I figured, guys, I'm going to open up this elk jerky right now.
Oh, yeah.
And we can share as we're here. I'm going to try not to cut my fingers wide open with my Leatherman.
You cut that open. I'll keep talking.
Go ahead.
Also, I picked up a long-awaited hoodie from what will be our next interview, correct?
Yeah, our next interview.
Yep. John and Mary Lou from Nor'easter Hardcore Fishing. If you guys haven't checked out their products, you'll hear me talk a little bit about them in the next interview as to how we kind of got hooked up with them. And we have some news I'll be sharing this week or next week.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be working a little more closely with them, which is awesome. So we're excited. And I got a hoodie there. I got my jerky. More jerky than I've eaten in a long time. What else did I buy? I think that was it, right?
Did you buy some cranks?
I did not buy any lures yet. I'm gonna be. Today's a busy day. Tonight or tomorrow, when things kind of calm down a little bit. And A-Bay, after a conversation with them, it looks like we might have some custom things happening.
Help yourself, gentlemen.
Oh, elk.
Enjoy your meats. Enjoy the bounty of meats.
The bounty of meats. Is that meat-tastic?
Elk is the best red meat.
You know who I'm excited for?
Who are you excited for?
The pickle guy.
Oh, there's a pickle guy here?
There's a pickle guy here.
Oh, shit.
I actually purchased his stuff for my wife at another show. And
really?
It is phenomenal.
Maybe we're going to have a pickle roundtable because we happen to have our own little pickle supplier.
Who is about 40 feet away from us. We should make mention, Three Bells, if you're down at the show, you would have noticed diagonally across from Three Bells, we are located. So I've been wearing a tread in between the two displays or the two booths because I've been helping out with Three Bells, making sure the booth is manned and somebody has questions, whatever. Today's crew, we have Chris and Sarah Pendergast. She did not bring Peekles. She did not. We have to, I think I've talked her into the possibility of MAKB events. I think her and Chris will be participating this year in the West.
Really?
And I said, well, what would it take to make a random giveaway at the end of the tournament for a jar of pickles or sauce? Oh. Yeah. All of a sudden, Bobby's like, I can fish tournaments now.
I'm doing. Maybe I'm dipping my toe in. Maybe I'm joining the Western Division.
Yep. Also there, besides myself, we'll count myself as a half person as I'm splitting time.
Yep.
Obviously, Lauren's there running the show, and Nelson's over there today. Looks like tomorrow it's going to be me and Nelson and Lauren alone. So
But you guys are moving boats, though. That's a good thing.
We're both moving boats and making sure that if someone's unsure, get them down to Three Bells.
Yeah.
Try out a number of different boats and find out what fits you. And that's really
exactly
the bottom line. Obviously, we want to sell boats. The sale prices at the show are going to be good, but if somebody's unsure, it's better to make sure they're in the right boat for them than get a quick sale and they're pissed off. You know what
Agree, 100%. I think that's the most important thing. We got a plan. I mean, this is it's a decent sized purchase, and it's something that like you're making an investment in your chosen pastime, the way you like to recreate or compete. In some situations, it could be costing you money. Make sure you're in the right boat. Go and visit Three Bells. We talk all the time about Three Bells and how much of a really like a well-rounded service they provide to the kayak, the paddle sport community as a whole. I mean, whether you want to get a stand-up paddleboard or whatnot, they're going to make sure they got the right thing for you. I've been talking a lot today. There's a couple of spots down I want to check out and see if we can maybe get some of these dealers with some of these amazing like toy haulers and the teardrop trailers and stuff. Love to dip our toe into that a little bit and see what's going on. But I was talking about the way this ties into Three Bells. If I go that route, and I'm bringing the family out on some of these trips, hauling my Titan is not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be looking, believe it or not, the 300-pound bag of shit hosting this show is going to be looking at an inflatable kayak.
Oh, there you go.
And they're out there for me,
Yep.
Yep. So that's a good thing. Isn't this amazing?
This is really good.
Yeah, it's real good.
Really good.
I love elk. I don't think I'll ever hunt elk. It just takes too much time. But I'm down to make really good friends with elk hunters.
I have a couple. One of my best man in my, one of my weddings.
Oh, yeah.
He's he elk hunts almost every year, and I get a little bit of it.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That is awesome. I do. My opinion, I think it's the best red meat on the planet. I agree. Awesome, guys. Well, hey, this was a nice little stinger, a little jump in. We're going to throw things over right now to a little bit that we recorded earlier. We had John from Nor'easter Performance Gear. Check this company out, guys. You've heard Sean talk at length about the quality of their products, the great stuff that they're putting together. Like, it's not rain gear, but man, it holds up. It absolutely does.
It acts like it.
It definitely acts
really
like
does.
it. It'll definitely kind of fill that gap. And also, like, the material, when we were talking about that, I wish I would have mentioned this in either, so I'll mention it now. If you're going out in colder weather, their stuff makes a great mid-layer.
Yeah.
It does. You throw a decent base layer on, then throw that on. You're going to get a little bit more insulation. It's 100% synthetic. It's going to add to that moisture wicking, but you'll keep yourself dry and toasty, and that's the win right there.
Yeah.
We're going to go and wrap things up, guys, but we'll be right back. Check out this segment here with John from Nor'easter. We'll see you on the other side, and we got all kinds of good stuff for you happening here live at the Springfield Sportsman Show. All right, guys, Bobby Roast Beef here. We've got another great segment here. We're recording live on location at the Springfield Sportsman Show here at the Eastern States Exposition. This is an interview that we have had. This is long overdue.
At least 2 years.
Very much, at least 2 years, because we first came across this amazing apparel brand called Nor'easter Performance Gear, and they're East Coast based, and they just make great stuff. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on the Eastern Seaboard that doesn't know about your Nor'easter hoodies and how much you appreciate them and love them, and they're fantastic.
They're the point of being rain shells.
They really are.
We've talked about it on the show a few times.
Yep.
That when I got a hold of this, we all like the designs. I mean, obviously they're really eye-catching.
They're fucking cool, yeah.
And I think Lauren from Three Bells was the first person to get a hold of one. When did we meet up, John? Was that
I think it was here.
It was here last.
Was it
two years ago here?
Yeah, this is our reunion.
Yeah. It's our reunion. Excellent. And Lauren had picked up one of the sweatshirts, and all of us immediately said, "Where'd you get that?" And she pointed, and we went over there, and then we all started talking, and it turns out we have some mutual friends, particularly Chris DeBari.
Yes,
which
exactly.
We all love Chris to death, and you guys shared some time in the music scene, and we're sharing time with him fishing and doing other shenanigans and horrible.
I'm jealous on you guys on that. You get to fish. I never got to fish with him yet.
It's a good time. I've gone out a couple times. Actually, I was with Chris when I caught my PB bass.
Oh, nice.
My PB largemouth. Yeah, it was, oh man, so good. And he was telling stories about the tour in Japan with Motorhead.
Oh yeah, that was insane.
Unbelievable. And he's telling, I'm like, this is crazy. This guy's lived such a crazy life. And then there's like a 6.7 pound bass bites my jerkbait, and I see the bite. I was like, holy shit. What a great, like, genuine dude. Like, unbelievable guy. We can't say enough good stuff about Chris DeBari.
I shared many great memories with him on the road.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. So let's go ahead. Tell me a little bit, John, about the brand, like how you got started, what you're doing, and what it is that kind of like makes you guys so unique.
Well, we got started. We should have never started. I was going through hard times at the time, and I was living on a boat for like almost a year. And I had a dream one night. I owned this company called Nor'easter, and in my dream, this guy we called a Jersey Pirate, that's from our marina, was coming down the dock. He was like, "Dude, I love this shirt. The Nor'easter is awesome. Yep. I love the N. It's like subliminal New Jersey, 2 reverse hooks. There's high tide, low tide." He's like, "Could we catch fish at all tides?" And I was like, I woke up and I was like, that was so real. I immediately got up, and the first thing I did before work was design the logo I saw in my dream. And before work, I'm like, that's exactly what I saw.
That's awesome.
I had no ambition to ever do this. Like, it's funny. It's really bad karma for me because when I toured, two things I never did: work a merch table or drive. All I do now is work merch table
and drive. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And drive really big things.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, that is absolutely bananas, man. So when did you get started? Was it when did you kick things off?
Like that day. Like I immediately was like, oh, you know what?
Just jump right in. That's the way to do it.
Stupid for following the stream. I'm gonna be stupid for not. So I was like, I'd rather like take the chance. And I had no idea what I was doing. Like so immediately, like I started with blank T-shirts, just making up some designs. They're still around today, like the original black and white designs, like striped bass shirt. The first one was the compass. That was the very first thing I did, and then those, and then it grew. And then when me and Mary Lou were like, you know what? I don't want to just be an apparel company. I want to make stuff. I want to do bibs. I want to do jackets. I want to do all this. So it's been a stepping stone. So we never taken a cent from the company yet. So as we make stuff every year and we do shows like this, like whatever money we make, like, okay, what can we do
reinvest
next?
it? Yeah.
It goes right back in.
You get like the most amazing growth that way. And you can just do so much with your initial vision the fastest. That's awesome, dude.
It does feel weird sometimes. You feel like I'm doing all this work, but I'm not getting anything for it. But at the same time, you see it's the passion for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. It's true.
It's like being in a band.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
It's like having a disgusting podcast.
Yeah, it is. It's like telling dick and fart jokes on the internet and occasionally talking about fishing. So let's talk fishing. Like how did you initially get interested in the outdoors? Like where'd that passion come from?
Oh, I have pictures of me a bassinet on a commercial fishing boat. My dad and my
awesome.
My mom, both sides of the family, they're all commercial fishermen. Like all my cousins.
Oh, okay,
my uncle,
yeah.
My grandfather. There used to be a fish factory in our town. We were a little like dirt road town most of the part, and when I was a kid, anyway. Now it's all fancy stuff. But it was an old commercial. It was a fish factory that went out of business, and then a lot of the guys that worked the factory. My grandfather was one of the founders of the Belford Seafood Co-op, which is like where all the boats pack out and stuff.
Yeah.
So that was years and years ago, and then my dad did it. And odd things are, Mary Lou over here, both of our fathers on different sides of the world, Philippines and New Jersey, both fish for a living. Her dad's boat was called the Mary Lou. My dad's boat was called the Johnny Boy. Now the other family boat is the Sea Star. Mary Lou, we looked up what her name means, Mary Lou. It means Sea Star.
Sea Star?
How crazy is that?
That's wild, man. That's pretty freaking cool. And that's the thing, like, when you're talking about when fishing's the family business, like, I mean, how cool is that what you're doing now rolls into that world? You know what I mean?
And and that's why I think knowing that a lot of what we do, I feel like sometimes we're more like sometimes I feel like a charter booker because just people are like, oh, where do I book a charter? Because they think we do charters. I'm like, no, we sponsor boats. I'm always pushing our captains and stuff. I know what it's like in the fishing. If you don't help each other in this industry, you're not going to last.
It's a lot like the music industry. It really is. Like when you're starting out, like it's a lot of it is the connections you make and leaning on good friends. It's like our relationship with Three Bells. It's so much amazing shit has come from that, and it means a lot. It really, really does. So there's another side to you, John, that we discovered last year, and we think is pretty freaking cool because we're both into that world big time. In fact, I've seen your old band in Springfield before.
Oh, I love playing Springfield.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that.
Only people that are in metal bands.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah, Matt Pike used to run the shows here, and that guy was awesome.
Yeah, he put some good shows together.
Yeah, I like
really
that.
Good
Worcester
shows.
was always good, too. I like playing Palladium.
Yep. Worcester's always great, man. So when you got into music, I mean, commercial fishing was the family business and stuff. What was that like? When your folks were like, "Oh, cool, you're gonna play music."
Yeah, actually, they pushed me not to be at the docks. They always,
really okay.
It was weird. I always kind of thought it was like they were kind of putting me down, but I knew that I changed that right away when I commercial fished for years and proved I could do stuff better than someone 3 times my size.
Sure,
the heart and passions in it.
Yeah,
but
that goes a long way.
Yeah,
it does.
So my family kind of pushed me away from doing they wanted me off the docks. They're like, you have too much talent and you're too smart, to stay down the docks. Why don't you get they call any job that's not on the docks up the road. Why don't you go work up the road? And I was like,
gotcha.
So I always took it as the opposite. Like, no, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to show you, that I can do it.
Yeah.
And I did do it until like the money kind of got really bad, right? In the end of the 90s. I'm an old guy now. And then this thing called the internet was new, and the .com boom was starting. I kind of, from a high school dropout, was able to take, my creative skills and stuff, and I got right into it. Everyone wants, you can chat with friends on the internet. I was like, I don't want to chat. I want to make the shit people are chatting with.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the stuff I want to do, And so I did that for a lot of years. And doing all that, like I worked in marketing, I worked in software development, web development, all that stuff. What we do now at Nor'easter, it's like everything I've ever done from music to that is like rolled into one little project, which we call Nor'easter.
That's awesome, man. And that's the way to do it. You get that umbrella, sort of that coverall for what you're doing, and especially as a creative person. And this day, like in currently, right now, everybody, if you have a hustle of any kind, being the role of a creator, and that's a really broad title. Yeah. It really is. But it's so important because it's so much of what you're going to do, whether your craft is music or clothing or content of any kind, film, whatever it might be.
Yeah, even really what you're doing, I noticed, like, even when we do like a stupid, like take my phone out and we video like a day on the water, like by the end of the day, I can make a nice little video clip, but it's all the audio editing. There's so much things you touch on that you don't realize that you need.
Oh, yeah.
And everything, like from designing stuff to the booth design to, like just about all the social stuff. There's a million, all the product images.
It's crazy. There's
really
so much.
Everything I've ever learned to make this work.
So it's just, Nor'easter is just the two of you guys.
Yeah, it's me and Mary Lou.
Holy cow. Wow, good for you guys. Awesome, man. That's really, really awesome. Thanks for coming on the show, man. I appreciate it. This is really great. I'm gonna come by the booth and visit you guys later. I definitely I need a decent hoodie. I got this piece of crap that it hardly performs. I perform in it is how it works.
The big thing with I touched on it earlier. We didn't get too deep into it. The big thing is these sweatshirts, these hoodies that you guys are producing. They're not rain gear. Man, during a light rain, they might as well be. Yeah. Like if it gets a downpour, it's a downpour.
What is the material blend? Like, what are you guys using?
It's a polyester outside, and it's poly spandex outside with a fleece lining.
That's awesome. Yeah, it wicks moisture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge.
And poly kind of helps break down the wind a little bit. I'm not going to say it's a windbreaker, but I use it on the water for stuff like that, especially when it's misty and stuff, because it doesn't saturate like the cotton.
That's the biggest thing. It stays light, and it doesn't hold a shit ton of water, so it's huge.
And it feels good when you're moving around and fishing. Like we always try to. That's one thing we always try when we do a new product. Like we use the hell out of it just to make sure it's just perfect.
You need to. Yep. No, that makes sense. John, Mary Lou, thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Check out Nor'easter Performance Gear. Do me a favor. Where can folks find you on social media, online, anything? If they want to buy your stuff, are you available?
Yeah, Nor'easterwear.com is where we sell online, but we also now have it all on Amazon. It's on eBay. It's on all the social channels.
That's awesome. So yeah, if you're on Amazon, you want that free shipping, you're a Prime member, boom. There you go. Get the hookup. We're gonna leave links to all your stuff on our description for this episode. And thanks, guys, so much for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank
you. You guys are awesome.
Thanks, guys. Finally, this was awesome.
Way overdue.
On this one.
Alrighty, guys, here we are back at it. We're live recording here at the Springfield Sportsman show, and I'm gonna go ahead and use this term here. And as a DJ, I kind of hate saying it. We got a blast from the past here, folks. We've got the blonde angler, Andrea Novolo. You guys remember from like that first batch of quarantine podcasts that came out? Yeah, Andrea was one of that handful of first interviews I did, and it was a great interview. I was nervous as shit back then. I was like, okay, this isn't somebody I know. I'm going to ask a bunch of stupid questions, but she happened to come walking by and said, oh my God, Bobby roast beef. So we started having this conversation, and ironically, this was kind of something that Sean and I had kind of intended to record something about. As I look back at the COVID era,
Yeah.
You know?
And Andrea predates me on the show by at least one episode, right?
Yeah.
So
at least a single episode.
I mean, really, this is your chair. You want me to leave? No? Okay. I mean, look, I'm looking for an excuse to go get more jerky. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, help yourself. I got some elk here too. If you want to try it. Oh yeah, there's more elk.
Yeah, dude.
Help yourself, Andrea.
No,
it's
that's
delicious.
all right. Thank you, though.
Sure, you earned it. You're in the seat.
And it's gluten free.
Yeah.
And it's
that's what I'm
gluten free. Andrea, if you could just catch us up a little bit, like as far as the listeners, what you've been working on, stuff like that. You said you got some big, upgrades coming as far as the boat goes. That's always exciting.
So, hey guys, I'm here at the Sportsman show in Springfield, Mass. We're just hanging out here, having a good time and checking out some of the vendors and chatting with people. But yeah, I have a pretty cool year coming up. We've done some big upgrades this year to the boat. I recently made a great connection with Engst Power, and we are transitioning all of our current batteries on our boat to a lithium setup, which is going to be an absolute game changer for us. So we're excited about that. And we didn't have much of an ice fishing season this year. We had some crazy, unseasonably warm temps. So we're actually, getting the boat ready to go, and all of our tackle and rods and reels and things like that. And we're going to try to hit the water hopefully in the next couple of weeks here. Excited about it.
I'm looking forward to it. I am highly looking forward to it. I think I'm going to Chick next week. I can't wait. I cannot wait. This is my first guided trip out of state, doing it big.
That's
and
so fun.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. But we before we started rolling here, we started talking about, back when we recorded with you, this was in quarantine. Your boy BRB was doing a lot of fishing and drinking heavily, hoping that he was going to be able to go and work. And eventually everything worked out. It all worked out. But we got on this topic about how during COVID, during the initial shutdown and everything, the outdoors industry as a whole really did flourish.
It really did.
It 100% did. And I mean, you saw a lot of new, ventures that bait companies were popping up because they're like, well, I might as well pour plastics, or I might as well make some jigs, or I might as well do this. And it changed a lot. Now, you've got a lot of experience, working in this here. And we mentioned that there's almost like this recoil now where you've got all of this stuff. Some of these folks didn't do it the next season. They didn't get back into it. What's your experience been with that? Do you have any thoughts you can shed a little bit of light on?
So yeah, during COVID was definitely a wild time for most everybody. But being that people wanted to spend a lot of time outdoors and away from crowds and things like that, I feel like the outdoor industry really boomed during that time. The people who were really big into the outdoors continued to do their thing relatively unaffected. And then, the people who were looking for new hobbies to take up and things to do during COVID, I feel like, the fishing and hunting industry really benefited from that. Minus the product availability. With COVID and everything, there was some challenges with getting products during COVID. But overall, I definitely think that the outdoor industry really benefited during that time.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of continuation of that.
And it's funny. I think that, I'm thinking of that your average Joe, that maybe got into the outdoors when they had this abundance of time to be able to put into it and figure some things out. And maybe, maybe they really had a good experience doing so, but then getting back into work and the regular, grind every single day, they're just like, yeah, I'm not going out, I'm not doing this. And it could be anything in the outdoors. It could be, maybe archery was your thing, and now instead of, going out and, spending all this time out at the range, shooting and getting ready, or going out and dedicating the time during deer season, maybe now things have changed a little bit and you kind of put it a little bit more on the back burner. I'm curious what we can do to, hopefully this is really ultimately, I think the goal of this podcast is to inspire people to make time for this stuff.
Yeah.
That's it.
This is, being a part of the fishing industry is really kind of like my escape. I don't know where I would be, without the opportunities I've had. Yep. And, I'm very blessed to have, met people and have been in the industry, the networking aspect of things. Yep. And, there's something very peaceful and, all during the same time exhilarating about being,
absolutely.
fishing and the excitement of it all. I hope it just gets better from here.
Yeah.
My goal over the next, however many years is to try to encourage other women to get into the sport of fishing. And, I'm always available on my social media for, women and whoever else to reach out for advice or anything like that. I'm always happy to help. We should definitely use this time, to continue and learn and explore the outdoors.
I will tell you, I think that is one corner of the outdoors that is really, really, I've noticed, and we try to do our part as much as we can, is to support female anglers as much as we can. And some of them that we've been lucky enough to meet, yourself included, are they're really, from all angles, whether it's a competitive angle, whether it's just that's the lifestyle, whatever it might be, it really is for everybody. This is a lifestyle. You kind of become part of it. But through this, obviously, we've had yourself on the show. We've had Fishing with Becca on multiple times. She'll be here later today. But I've managed to meet some really amazing folks. Edie, we've had her on the show. Bass Queen, she crushes it. Also, Reel'em Angling Company. Have you heard of Reel'em Angling? Emily Edge out in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Amazing force in trying to really not only just bring fishing in general to everybody as possible, but huge supporter of female anglers and doing her part, organizing trips and all kinds of great stuff. So the community's out there if you just look around.
Yep.
But even locally with the regional and local kayak trails.
We've got Chrissy.
We've got Chrissy Rad.
Yep.
We've got Sarah Pendergast.
Judy
Richardson, of course. Yep. There's more females turning out.
Absolutely,
more
and more.
Awesome.
It's getting there, and it's a good thing because this is an amazing sport.
It is,
and I would just want to see everybody enjoy it.
Yeah, and it's highly addicting.
But stay out of my spots.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay the fuck out of my spots.
Don't ask me where I'm going.
Exactly. Or just know that if I tell you, I'm lying.
Yeah. No, it's pretty great. It is like you said, a lifestyle. Once you get in it and you find yourself catching fish and spending the time outside, it truly is a lifestyle, and it's a very addicting lifestyle.
It is.
I totally hear you. Oh my goodness. Oh, this week there's so much stuff happening here at Springfield at the Sportsman Show. If you guys are interested in hearing some more really good stuff, I recommend you go into the back catalog of Jigs and Bigs episode and check out Andrea's episode. It's really great. How are the kids? Are they getting on the boat and having a good time?
They are.
Yeah.
So my daughter just turned 4. She's been fishing with us since the beginning of her time.
Yeah.
She was 9 weeks old when we brought her to her first Bassmaster Classic down in Tennessee. We traveled a lot with her, but now I have an almost 20-month-old son. He's just starting to express interest, but he's been on the boat with us a couple of times, and we fully intend on making them part of our lifestyle. My daughter's been hunting with us a couple of times, and we want more than anything for them to love it and to be around it. And in addition to me encouraging women to get out there and fish and experiment with all that, I'd love to see kids fishing with their parents.
Definitely.
And it's so important that we raise children outside, away from the screens, and really, get brought up that way. That's the way we intend to, and we enjoy that very much.
It's awesome.
So you said you took your daughter to the first Bassmasters?
Yes.
When are you taking Bobby and I to our first Bassmasters?
Let's go.
It's down
in, I think it's in Knoxville again next month.
Oh, there you go, Bobby. Just hang out there.
You know what? I'm going to leave. I'm going to stay in Hickson. I'll meet you down there.
All right.
I'll meet you down there.
I'll take care of your trivia dates. You're going to lose income, but that's fine.
That's fine.
I got it.
The experience is what matters, and I'm going to pay my bills in experience.
There you go.
I think that's the plan.
Good.
Me too.
Thank you, Andrea. This
Thank
is
you.
awesome.
Thanks.
Appreciate you jumping in on this. This is really, really great. I just got a text from Becca. I got to go meet her to get her her pass and everything. I'm going to catch up with you guys in a bit.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks,
man.
Bye.
Alrighty, guys, we're back with another one of these flash MOS style interviews, man on the street. We're here at the Springfield Sportsman Show, and we're adjacent right now to the Three Bells booth, which is manned by the Lizard King himself. And he's alone right now, hawking boats that are made of plastic.
Let's say hi to him. Hey, you suck, Nelson.
But that's because we've got Lauren from Three Bells with us, and we figured we'd have her come over to the cool booth. You know, the one that I can put in a backpack. And I don't need a giant, truck to move all this stuff. You guys have so many boats over there.
Yeah, we do.
You really do. And there's one common thing that has come up with every single interview I think I've done so far this week is that my wife and I are really considering a camper. Small travel trailer, nothing crazy. I'm never going to be able to haul that Titan with it. So I do see an inflatable in my future, 100%. So I think I have to make some time at some point, one point or another. No rush. We probably should get the camper first.
That would be a good
That would be
place
smart.
to start.
Yeah, that would be a good place to start. But that tells you where my priorities are.
Okay.
And I'm talking about tent camping with her too. So that's before I invest in a travel trailer. We're going to be doing that. Is that? Oh, it's the lab.
The lab, yeah.
You got a lab barking. Barky barks.
Shut the fuck up!
I thought your priorities today were stuffed processed meats with cheese. I walked back in on that conversation. I ran to use the facilities, came back, we said we're going to record, and there was an in-depth conversation about egg washes and stuffed meats that are stuffed with cheeses.
So again, we're going to take a dive behind the beef curtain here and let you guys in on a little bit of the making of the sausage. We are there's talk of it's not talk, it's happening. It's going to be a little bit of a show special, a collaboration, if you will, a Hot Ones tribute. I may need you to be a cameraman for that.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
And we'll definitely get you some wings with an approved hot sauce of your choosing because we have a local artist.
Ketchup, yeah. As long as we have a colostomy bag, I'll be good.
It burns. We're going to be doing a little Hot Ones kind of tribute. And we're going to go all the way up to because we were supposed to be on ice. That was the plan.
Yep.
And we got fucked by Mother Nature.
Yep.
That's what happened.
In a way, I didn't shovel any snow this winter, so I might debate that.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have to. Yeah, my cousin comes over and clears our sidewalk and driveway and everything for us. And last year, my kids discovered that I would actually pay them if they just did it.
Oh, wow.
And this year, they were very pissed because my youngest winter stream of income has been gone. Nothing.
Mine realized that, if they shoveled, I would feed them. So.
See, I wish that worked. I wish that works. My wife is such a bleeding heart. She insists. I need no backbone. Jesus.
But see, now that they both have their driver's licenses now, right? They just go get their own food. So
yeah, exactly.
That's the way to do it. I was going to say, how many times have one of us been out shoveling, only for the DoorDash guy to go, "Hey, excuse me, I got to get by."
Exactly. Yep. Hey, can you get that top step? It looks a little slick. Thanks. Douche.
When you salting, man. Holy shit.
I'm just going to sit here in my car and play a little freaking, I don't know, Candy Crush or whatever.
Yep.
Jerks. So let's review this show. And well, actually, I mean, both of you have had way more show action this year, especially Lauren. Like, you've been busting your ass at the show circuit. What do you think of this show so far, the Springfield Sportsman Show?
It's actually good. This is the first show that we've done this season where we're actually appealing to our element, our crowd, our target audience, because it's huge. An outdoors show.
Yep.
The first two shows that we did this year, excuse me, was the New York Boat Show and the Boston Boat Show. And what was unique about those is we were a featured event because we were running the demo pool.
Gotcha.
So we were an event that was happening at the show to draw people in.
Yep.
And so our whole thing while we were at both of those shows was put people in water, let them try the boats.
Yeah.
But the thing that they allowed us to do was we could sell any of our boats, any of the products that we carry in the store with us.
Oh, that's great.
So I was in a really pared down show mode, if you will, because I took to New York. Not only did I have to provide boats and paddle boards to put in the water, I also had to provide some display ones for, because we were right next to they did a tiki bar type thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we provided some paddle boards as decor at the tiki bar as well.
That's
so
pretty
I had
sick.
some extra pieces there that didn't necessarily go in the water. They were there just for display.
Just for display, yeah. But that's a great idea, especially like you figure you got a bunch of people over at the tiki bar just doing their thing, loving life, having a good time, and everything's good. Maybe they have a couple of cocktails or a few beers, and they're like, dude, doesn't that paddleboarding sound awesome? What do you say? We have this giant yacht and a pile of cocaine. Let's go ahead and let's get off of that nice, safe, giant boat, and let's get on a paddleboard in the ocean in shark-infested water. Yeah, how many of those sales? That must have been on there. Just a demographic.
It's funny. With New York, I actually did I did like 3 or 4 inflatable paddleboards.
Yep.
Which, because people were looking for space. But there was such a dichotomy there because you had some people who were like, okay, I'm in my apartment, or I'm in, and I need to keep it small. And then I had other people that were like, yeah, I've got my house, I got four garages, and so I'm not really worried about the fact that it's 14
It's
feet.
compact. Yeah,
correct.
exactly.
Several times I heard, dear, how many of these can we fit on our yacht?
And if you listen closely, you can hear somebody in the background go,
I love cocaine.
I don't know why.
So
it's been 4 episodes now with this, and I can't stop.
God. No, and we're all right with it.
I'm a moron. No, this has been it has been a really good show, and Doug had mentioned that he wants to push more fishing based stuff, which I think is fantastic. And I mean, he's got the space to be able to do it, and I've noticed definitely a little bit more even than just last year, which is great.
Yeah.
But I think this could be really, really, really good. I'll tell you. I was looking at Rocky Ledge.
Yeah.
Man, I'm impressed. I shouldn't be buying anything. I truly shouldn't be buying anything. But
other than jerky, you got the green light.
The jerky is the move. It really is. Although I'll tell you, I spent a much more conservative budget this year than I did last year. Last year, I think I went too large at the jerky table.
Yeah.
Because I was like, we're gonna sample it all, and I got like 8 different packs. I was like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, but you want to know what? I haven't seen anyone that has the jerky that was that wafer jerky that we were all blowing through that last year. It was like crack.
Oh my God. It's out of this world. Out of this world.
It was so good. It was so thin. All the jerky this year seems to be a little bit thicker, a little chunkier.
It seemed to have a lot more. Like, it wasn't totally dried out. Some of those bags we had yesterday, like the gator jerky we were going through yesterday, that was like.
It had more of a bite to it.
No, it had some fluid. It had some juice.
It was sticky.
Yeah.
Like, it was almost like it had a honey coating on it type thing.
Gotcha.
And like when you got done,
you had to wash your hands.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like you had been eating ribs. You know how when you get done eating ribs and you have the residue?
Little tackiness.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
And I got that kangaroo at home. I haven't even touched that yet.
Gotcha.
You're gonna like it.
Yeah.
Kangaroo's good. I'm telling you. The tuna is what blew me away last year. I didn't see it over there this year.
Tuna, they had rabbit over there this year, too.
Yeah, rabbit. They got a couple of real good ones. I'm probably going to get another bag of elk, to
Yeah.
be perfectly honest.
No.
It's dynamite.
No, and I noticed today, so when I got back, I had an errand to run. I had to go I had to run down to the airport, but when I came back, when I walked in, Nelson was giving his demo.
Yep.
Did you watch it the whole time? Or you?
Yeah, I was down there.
Okay, what
I
happened?
got a great
missed it
picture.
all. Oh, you did?
Yep.
Good. What happened? What did Nelson do?
So Nelson did a great, and he actually ended up doing like a two-part series. So he did one iteration, and then he went and did a second iteration, which worked out great because we had some people get up, they left, and then we kind of had a new group come back in.
Awesome.
And it was great. He talked about, wearing PFD, rule of 120.
Yep.
Good.
Safety while you were out there. He walked everybody through the difference between the different types of, paddle kayaks, and, how many people fished, and if you were in a paddle kayak, what happens when you go to a pedal kayak. Showing people the difference of, if you're fishing in a paddle and you're trying to hang on to your paddle and you got a rod in the other hand.
Exactly.
And
how awkward and clumsy and difficult. Yeah, and it can put you in a compromising situation.
Correct. And how easily you could get yourself to where you could end up, dumping your kayak or anything like that. And just kind of explaining how much easier it was. And then he talked about the 2 different types of pedal kayaks that are out there, whether it's, the prop driven or whether it's the fin system.
Yep. Cool.
And he gave a lot of really good information to people. Showed people how the kayaks are stable. You can stand up in them, how to move back and forth, how to fish both sitting down and standing up.
Yeah.
And how to been able to maneuver your boat doing both when you get a fish on.
Yeah.
So he did a great job.
That's awesome.
He didn't demonstrate the stability by saying, "Hey, look, you can like pee standing up in these."
No.
Just checking. I just want to make sure I didn't really miss anything.
No. We've had enough conversation about peeing off of kayaks today.
Okay, yeah, there's been a lot of that. It seems to be a main question.
It is.
How do you pee off of this?
Yeah. And a lot of people very very concerned about peeing off a kayak.
Yeah.
One of my oldest friends was here at the show today, and he actually came up in conversation yesterday with somebody that stopped by our booth, and we were talking about moose. First moose I ever saw with my own eyes was on his property.
Gotcha.
And just wild. So I happened to see him, and of course he was in line getting some cheese stuffed sausage, and I made a terrible comment about how he loves 8 inches of sausage. And he came over, we were talking, and he said, he's like, we got to go out and fish. He's like, I got a little, sit on top kayak. We'll go out, I'll paddle around. We'll have some fun. We'll go ahead and do it. He's like, I'm thinking about getting another kayak. And I was like, really? What are you considering? He's like, I kind of think I want a pedal drive one. He goes, but I kind of like, not the prop style, but I like the whatever with the fins. And I was like, you're looking for a Hobie. And I said, see those guys over there? That's who you want to go talk to. I said, because you got to try it all. You might think it's a great idea to get into one model and have an impression. And I told him the story about when I tried out the array that was out there. And I was like, I love the way the Hobie handled. I really did.
Yep.
I was like, but it didn't have the stability that the Titan has.
Yep.
And I was like, and I fully expected I was going to be in a Jackson. And I was surprised. I was like, the Native was the right move for me.
Yep.
And I said, you should, trust me, take your time, go and do it. I was like, is it an investment? Absolutely. But this is a guy that at his age, his kids are grown already,
right.
Although they did have one later on in life, but that was a few years ago even now. So anyway, I told him, I was like, it's an investment, but it's probably the most worthwhile investment. If you love the outdoors and you like to fish, go for it. And where he is, there are so many local rivers over there. He's right near Redbridge. Like he's going to be over there all the time. He's probably just going to dock it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And it's funny because we're seeing, we're getting a lot of that. We're still coming out of that. We're still coming out of that pandemic thought process of what happened. Where people just bought whatever kayak they could find because they wanted to get out on the water and go out and do something.
Yep.
And people during that time, a lot of people got into kayaks that they didn't like. They spent a lot.
They weren't
of money.
the right match.
They weren't the right.
Yeah.
Match. And people were really, really picky about it last year. Like, I got a kayak, I want to get rid of it, I want something new, but I'm not buying anything until I try something else out. We did a ton of demos last year.
Yeah,
demos where we put people, kind of like what we did with you. We'll take 3 or 4 different kayaks down there, put them through their paces, let people take them out, and, same thing like with you, that they came out and said, what I thought I was going to go into, I like this one better. I mean, people like Sean, where Sean knew this is where I want to go, this is what I want to be. Yeah. Those are the very few and far between. Yeah,
when they've got that level of experience in being in different boats and seeing how different hulls function.
Correct.
Like that's a major feature.
Well, and the other thing is you have a lot of people that what happens now, and we hear this all the time because there is so much media out there.
Oh yeah.
YouTube. You get these people that are watching YouTube and they're watching, TikToks and they're watching this, that, and the other thing. And they come in with their heads filled of, I have to be in this kayak. I have to be in this kayak. I have to be in this kayak. And then they go,
I'm curious because you guys, you have a huge selection at Three Bells. So when you make a really good point. For a while, and I don't know if it was 2020, maybe it was 2018 it started, 2019, something like that. But I can remember the Bonafide brand being everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm sure that there were some people who came in saying, I want to look at this bona fide model. I've seen, these people use it. It looks perfect for me.
Right.
Something like that. But then the shock of being like, there's really that much of a difference.
Right.
It is. It's bananas.
It's. I'm sorry, Sean. You want to say something? You've been trying to say something.
No, the conversation kind of went the way where our little impromptu sales meeting went today. So when Chris and Sarah got here, they drove down from Maine. The Pendergasts were here. It was awesome. And Chris immediately started helping out, answering questions, and sold the kayak in 30 seconds. And I went, what the fuck? So I've talked with a number of people over the past 2 days.
Yep.
And I've always taken the approach, the same way that you took with us when outfitting the Jigs and Bigs crew, Lauren. You said, come down and find out what's best for you. And I've always taken that approach whenever I don't think I've directly sold a boat at a show yet. Maybe one. I don't remember.
You have one.
Yeah. But I don't know how many people have come back and said, okay, well, Sean directed me here.
Yep.
Let's take an hour and we're going to try X, Y, and Z. And I actually, when Chris sold that boat, I went up to you and said, am I doing okay? Is Chris better than me? Are we having a sales team meeting now?
Let's just expose the full situation. Chris Pendergast did roll up with his own inflatable arm flailing tube man, put on a necktie, and was like, everything's got to go.
Everything's got to go now. Everything. We're clearing it out. Prices are insane.
I hate when he does that. Sometimes he pulls up the buffets that way. I don't get it.
I've heard. But yeah, he doesn't fool around. I've actually heard he'll often visit a Red Lobster and do the same thing, which is funny because he lives in Maine. Why would you do that?
Right.
I don't know. But either way, I went up to you, Lauren. I said, is this like cool? Are we doing this right? And you said, absolutely. Because again, I think the whole underlying theme with the way you guys do business at Three Bells is we'd rather see you take the time to get into the right kayak. Then even though we have a sale price, it might be whatever off on a show, like you're not going to know if that's the right kayak for you unless you get in it. And you said, and there are people who come in that either have a higher tolerance for different types of boats, different sizes, like the one, I believe it was a couple Chris sold to, and they were just looking for a boat to take their dogs out in.
Right.
And I believe the wife wanted to get, quote unquote, a suntan.
Correct.
Yes. So
the fact that they could both go together and the seats reclined.
Yeah, was perfect for her.
Yeah.
That was what sold her. That was it.
Makes sense.
I mean, it was that simple.
Yep.
Like, and you have those from time to time. But more often than not, I get the people who come in and go, yeah, I think I want a kayak. Okay, what do you want?
One that floats?
I have no idea. All right.
Red.
Right.
You only have green.
Right. And so it's like, where's your starting off point? And again, for us, it always comes back to those same three questions.
Yep.
How are you going to use it? How are you going to transport it?
Yeah.
And what's your budget?
Yeah. And those are giant factors because your transport situation could change. You buy a kayak and you might have, like, when I first started fishing with the
Ascend.
With the Ascend, I was rooftop driving around with my Ascend on my Ford Escape. My truck right now is just way too high to even do that with my Ascend.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just not. I am vertically challenged. That's not going to work out. So I knew going into this that a trailer was just going to be a must.
Right.
And it worked out ideally because when I first got into the Titan, I was like, this thing is too large for me to put up on that. I think honestly, the Integrity has more of an issue with that rack because I was using one of those Malone racks. It's a universal with the suction cups and the mounting strap and everything, and mounting strap.
You could say it sucked.
It did sucked. It did suck.
It did sucked.
Yeah, it sucked it.
Sucked the big S.
It did suck the big S, the biggest one. So, but that's the whole thing. I think that, and we had a conversation. We were talking with Andrea Navolo, the blonde angler, and we were talking about specifically with COVID. And Sean and I had this idea. This weekend we were considering doing like this big round table and talking about it. And it sounds like a great idea, but this is such
trying
a weird
to get
time
us
of
all
year.
together to do it.
It's so difficult.
We're taking the Three Bells approach.
Yeah.
We'd rather wait and do it right.
Yeah.
Correct.
But we did. We talked to her a little bit about it. Like there was a time in COVID where everybody that was in this business was just like, making money because people had the time to do stuff. And they would go nuts and they would make a purchase on, like, oh yeah, actually maybe a pedal kayak is the way to go. I'll buy that one. And maybe it wasn't the right one.
Or they were so desperate to get something, they would
just
buy
got
whatever.
Yeah.
And, and the thing is a lot of people didn't.
That's a really good point, too.
The good point, supply and demand got crazy there for a while, I mean, the year that COVID first hit in 20, I was completely sold out of kayaks by the end of June.
Oh, I believe it.
I had nothing.
Yep.
I had like 4 kayaks in stock. That was it. From then until next season when they came in.
I remember that.
I ended up selling out. So we gutted and renovated our store for 2 months.
Yeah.
We had nothing else to do.
Yeah, exactly.
We had literally sold out of everything. And then when August hit, people were still looking for kayaks. I wiped out my entire rental fleet.
Yeah.
So the next year, not only did I have to buy boats, I had to restock my entire
rental fleet on top of it. Yeah.
And that cost us
Yep.
more money, you know?
Back then, were you guys doing a lot in terms of rentals, or were you not renting during like the primary shutdown?
So no, we rented during, that was the first time that I did the kids camp, and my kids camp was 75% sold out.
That's crazy.
That first year, and because parents were looking for something to do with their kids.
And what do you think the return is on that? Are you seeing a lot of the same faces, or do you feel, because we mentioned this with Andrea, that now that really folks are generally back to doing their regular routines, everybody's kind of in their regular routine now, and I guess I speculated a little bit that maybe I don't have the time anymore to enjoy the outdoors. I need a global pandemic to do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they need an excuse.
Correct.
And it's kind of like, I'm wondering what the return is on some of those people, like the kids that are in the kids. Are you seeing the same ones come back in? Or?
No, because what we're seeing is now that mom and dad have gone back to work.
Yep.
Now they're looking for different programs. So because ours was only a partial day program.
Oh yeah, that makes it.
They're looking for the full day.
So
we still, run into. We still are, doing the kids camp.
Oh yeah.
And stuff like that. But it's a different kind of setup. And we do still get rentals that come back. We have some regular rentals that we get on a regular.
Oh yeah.
Regular basis.
I'll be right back. I have to do a public service announcement.
Okay. So, but where we are seeing our returns coming now are the customers that we worked with during the pandemic or right after the pandemic.
Yeah.
Who have now either maybe they didn't initially buy their kayak from us, but we've done service or we've done rigging, and now they have become our regular kayaks. Regular customers. And we do try to take a different approach to how we sell things.
Yeah.
We don't, could I do the quick money grab and say,
of course.
If you want the sale price, you got to do your deposit.
Do it now.
You got to do it now or you're going to lose it. Yeah, I could. But I would much rather develop that relationship with the customer. It's part of the reason that we have customers that come from Virginia. We have customers that come from Pennsylvania, from Maine. They come from all over to come and work with us, to have us do their rigging, to have us do their service, because they know that we're going to take the time with them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm trying to build – service is a lost art these days.
Oh, yeah. I agree 100%.
It's funny because one of the things that I was trying to explain to somebody is that you have brand loyalty. Like you'll have brand loyalty to a product.
Yeah, exactly.
But you won't have brand loyalty to the retailer that you buy it from. Okay?
No, exactly.
So I have brand loyalty to Apple, right?
Yep.
But I don't have brand loyalty to Best Buy where I might get my Apple from.
Yep.
And that puts in now, since the pandemic, one thing that's changed is all these manufacturers are now going direct to consumer.
Oh yeah.
So I'm competing head to head against the people that are selling
the direct brands.
Correct.
Exactly.
That are selling my stuff and expect me to sell it in their stores.
Yeah.
Okay, so and a lot of them, what they do is they offer discounts directly to the consumer. I can't offer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, So
you have to make it up in service.
Right. So
that's the
how
key.
do I compete?
Yep.
The only way that I'm going to compete, keep my doors open, is to provide that level of service, that level of expertise.
Yep.
And, and I've said this to people. I said, look, Yak Attack they're known for this, right? Yak Attack will put a sale out on their website and offer 15% to Joe consumer, right?
Yep.
I can't offer that on my website because that is Yak Attack's thing.
Exactly.
However, call me up. Say, hey, will you match Yak Attack's price? Hell yes, I will.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hell yes, I will.
Yep.
Because I want you to come back to me next time.
You're looking for a modification. You're looking to replace or upgrade something.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm looking to build that one-to-one relationship. It's part of the reason that we do EKF. It's why I go to the tournaments. I've always said I've been trying to put sponsorship on its head.
Yep.
And not just be, here's a Yak Attack gift certificate.
Yeah.
Yak Attack doesn't care that you caught your PB.
No.
When I'm there and I know that Sean caught his PB, it's like, high five, way to go, dude. Now I'm having a conversation with him, and he's more likely to remember me. Joe Fisherman, who hasn't dealt with me before, now has a rapport with me that they go, you know what? Yeah, let me go see what they've got.
And then surprisingly, Sean is on a podcast that has 14,000 Instagram followers thanks to Bobby Roast Beef. So magically, I've managed to fill in step 2 of the Underwear Gnomes business model. Right? Am I right on that? I think
it's true.
Believe it or not.
Yep.
And I think, Lauren, we always talk about what the service at Three Bells, what the level of service is, and I think that's been the selling point this whole weekend. Especially, we knew a few people were going to come out. I had a couple contacts. We just talked with one of them.
Yep.
And really, it always comes back to that, to where twice last year, you guys saved a couple of anglers' asses. One of which was my fault. All right. The other of
That's
which,
right. I remember that.
Yep. The other of which was we had an angler for MAKB. Dumped his pedal drive at the bottom of a lake and needed it for a tournament, and you guys hooked it up. I think the turnaround was under a week, right?
Yeah.
It was quick.
Yeah.
Shit. What about my friggin' rudder situation and my landing gear? Like all that stuff.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Landing gear is a great example because there's only so much that you can do there.
Right.
You know, and it's like.
Here's a perfect example. Look at what happened to Adam Rourke last year. Remember my reason?
That's a good point.
Exactly.
Refresh everybody on what happened.
So, Adam had gotten a kayak from us. He had gotten a bona fide, took it out first week, and he ended up flipping it.
Yep.
And after that happened, he said, I want to come out of the bona fide. I want to go into a Jackson.
Yep.
So he gets out of the bona fide. We put him in a Jackson, went into a Jackson take 2, as a matter of fact. Went up to Oneida. Got out of that, got off the water, and that kayak had a crack in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that was the weekend. So, and this gets
I
even
didn't
better.
realize that. That's crazy.
Most people, and we couldn't figure out what happened.
Yeah.
So I was actually at their house afterwards, because I was supposed to drive home.
Yep.
But that was the weekend that I started having my vertigo issues.
Yes, that's right.
And so I had stayed at the campground with Sean and Tim and who else was there? Russ.
Yep.
And stayed with them. And then I was setting up for the EKF match. And by the time we were done doing the awards and everything, my vertigo was so bad there was no way I was driving 5 hours home.
Oh yeah, no way.
So I ended up going back to the house where Ken and all the guys from EKF were staying, and I happened to walked outside and realized that there was a crack in Adam's kayak.
Ugh.
And I said, okay, took pictures. I called Jackson the next day.
Yeah.
That was on Saturday, I think Monday. Sent them all the pictures. Tuesday, I ended up in the hospital. I'm in the hospital for 3 days.
Oh, wow.
While I was in the hospital,
Yeah.
I'm on my computer working with Jackson. I had a kayak sent out that next week.
No shit.
Yeah. We had a kayak replaced for them.
That's service.
Adam came down picked up his kayak, rigged it, and was in tournament 2 weeks later.
That's awesome.
Up on Lake Champlain.
Yep.
Where he flipped again.
Again? Oh, my
Adam
God.
had a rough spring.
Adam. Jesus, that's
last year.
rough.
Yeah. Flipped again.
Oh, my God.
But thankfully, got up, got some help getting back in. That was a very scary experience for him. I mean, it was a bad year last year for guys flipping their kayaks. I know of at least 6 or 7 tournament anglers who had serious flips last year.
Adam multiple times.
Yep.
Russ at our first tournament.
That's right. The Russ
Keep going.
one was
Keep me
bad.
going. Hit me. Hurry up, Lauren.
Tammy Sanchez.
Tammy, that's right. Yep.
Sure, put me on the spot.
I freaked you out. I shouldn't have yelled.
I know. Like, I can't remember now. But there was
you know what? The same day Russ flipped his, one of the Eastern guys for MAKB flipped his. We had a double flip that day.
Double flip that day.
Yep.
We had someone at one of the T-Bots tournament, their very first. Who was the woman? There was a woman that flipped.
I don't remember.
She was at one of the MAKBs.
Wasn't Chrissy.
Yeah, I don't think it was Chrissy.
No, it wasn't Chrissy.
No, it was somebody else. But, I mean, at one of the T-Bots, I think we had one of the T-Bots flipped.
I feel like I remember talking about that on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was kind of like a string, and it was like, it was weird stuff that happened, like rogue waves, wind. Like Adam, the first time Adam flipped his, he was going to pull his XI3 got tangled up, and he was going to pull it back in the boat and got hit with a wave, and it just dumped him.
A lot of it is just the timing of everything happening around you. And
Correct.
that's why you really need to, awareness is just huge.
Correct.
And
Correct.
For ESPN fans back in the 90s, also major cause of flips, invisible ice gophers. You got to watch those bastards.
Fuck them.
Fucking
Fuck them.
But, I mean, and so those are the kinds of, we try to help out anglers. When John Medina had problems with his boat.
Yep.
I mean, Ted ripped that boat apart trying to fix it. I mean, and I have to give that kid an awful lot of credit.
Yeah.
When it comes to repairing boats, he does, and the rigging that he does a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know that there are too many other people in the industry that know the Hobies the way that he knows the Hobies.
Yeah.
I mean, when he's actually calling Hobie, he ends up on the phone with the engineers at Hobie because they all know that Ted knows how to do the rigging. So if Ted's calling them going, I can't figure out how to fix this.
There's an issue they need to address.
There's an issue,
Yeah.
and they're sending them directly to the engineers, and he's walking
That's
the
good.
engineers through everything that he's done. When it comes to that, the kid he's great at understanding, what the issue is, what's going on, So, when it comes to the rigging, he does a really good job, even though I make fun of him with his chicken tenders and apple juice,
He does have a fondness for chicken tenders and apple juice.
He does.
That is a true statement.
He does. So.
Is that what he asked for a bonus this year?
Yeah.
I don't need money. Chicky tendy.
All right. Your
Apple juice.
Your finest chicken tendies, please.
There you go.
Your finest chicky tendies. And I'm celebrating tonight. Get me a chalky milk.
Poor Ted. We love you, Ted.
I know.
I
Piece
love
of
him.
shit.
I love him. And he does. He that kid puts his heart and soul in, and he's an additional extension to the service that we offer.
Definitely. Definitely.
And he works really well. He works really well at,
and
doing
it's
that kind of stuff.
it's funny. There are certain customers that's what they do. They're just like, that's what I want. I'm buying it done. And I mean, at this point, you've been doing this long enough where you've got to be able to see that right away. That's what somebody wants. And sometimes the difficult sell there is getting them to realize that, well, hold on, there's more options.
Right.
Let's go ahead and see what do you think your short term, what's the vision look like? Where do you want to be? Because nobody knows exactly how they want to rig right away.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And
it's huge.
And it's, and most people go, all right, well, what accessories do I need to put on my kayak? Okay, as far as I'm concerned, there are only 2 things that you need to put on your kayak the very first day that you buy it.
A PFD.
Well, no, besides that.
Okay.
Besides that.
Right.
I mean, besides your basic safety equipment, a whistle, a paddle, and a PFD. Those
You've got to.
You've got to, right? But if you're going to look for accessories, right, for your boat, there's only 2 that you need. You need a rotor grip to hold your paddle.
Oh, yeah. That's huge.
And you need a cup holder.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Those are the first 2 things that you need. You don't need a rod holder. You don't need, okay, if you know, I'm going out to fish. Okay, fine. Get yourself 1 rod holder.
Yeah.
Because
and most of these yaks have enough for you to go out and fish.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
And what I always tell people is just take your boat out. Don't go fishing the first time. Just take it out and go get acclimated to the boat and find out, okay, what's the boat do? You know, if I lean too far this way, what's my tipping point this way? You know, and one of the things that we want to work on, it's one of the things that we're trying to figure out how to do. I mean, we've talked about doing like the cold water rescue, right?
Yeah.
You know, we watch it happen every year. Kids, adults drowning because it's cold water. They're not wearing proper gear. They're not wearing life jackets. I mean, it drives us all insane.
They're on a major visible highway and standing up in a fucking John boat with their kids with jeans and a sweatshirt.
You know, I mean, and
just saying.
The problem is the more you say that, it almost becomes tone deaf for people. You know, I mean, one of the questions we got asked when we were in New York and Boston was, my kid's 12, it's only 1.5 feet of water. Why are you making them wear a life jacket? Well, because the U.S. Coast Guard says any vessel, if you're 12 and under, you have to wear a life jacket.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a suggestion if you're in Massachusetts, apparently.
But it's one of those, we'll explain that to the kids. Build that good habit so that when they're out with mom and dad on their yacht, you know, and they're not wearing one, go, hey, you know what? I'm under 12. I should be wearing a life jacket.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and the one thing that we always say is that I don't care how old you are, wear a life jacket. You know?
Yep, exactly.
And, you know,
exactly.
Rule of 120. We use that in, you know, when we're doing demos, when we're doing rentals. You know, if that doesn't come into play, I mean, we opened rentals late last year because the weather was horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, this is a safety issue. I mean, from us, that's a liability issue.
Definitely.
You know, so it's like,
especially like you rent somebody a boat and they're like,
yep.
Oh yeah, I got this, and then they drown.
My very first year that I was with Three Bells, we went out, and it was probably early May.
Yep.
First, second week of May.
Yep. That's the time of year a lot of people get real confident about the weather.
And it was a nice day out, right? We go down, I go to get in the kayak, and I fell off. The seat wasn't attached to the kayak directly. The seat dumped, and I fell in the water.
Oh, my God.
I was wet up to just underneath my chest.
Yep.
Okay? They literally had to pull me out because we have the muck there, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it literally made that sound as
I love
they
that
pulled
sound.
me out, right?
Yeah.
But we still went out in kayaks. We were gone for like 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And I was perfectly fine. I was soaking wet. Came back, you know, whole 9 yards. When we came back, it was just after sundown.
Yep.
Like the sun was going down. I got off that boat. 30 seconds after I got off that boat, hypothermia hit me like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I was in Derek's car, wrapped. He happened to have a blanket in his car. I was wrapped up in the blanket. He had the heater on high, and I was shivering.
Oh, definitely.
I went home. I was in the shower for almost 2 hours.
Holy shit.
Almost running out of, and then I had 2 pairs of sweatpants, 2 sweatshirts, and climbed to bed. I was 4 or 5 hours before I warmed up.
Oh, yeah. To get your core temperature back up?
It was crazy, but here I was out there for 2 hours, and it didn't bother me at all. Why? Because I was moving.
Once you stop.
And once I stopped, once I got to the dock, and now all of a sudden I stopped, and now all we're doing is cleaning up, boom, it hit me like a ton of bricks. And ever since that, I'm very tuned into that.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, I never want to fall out of a kayak again.
No.
You know, I just don't. It's you know, I was amazed at how quickly it hit me once I got back to the dock.
Yeah.
You know?
That is, it's wild.
And then you think about something like what Ken Wood went through when he flipped his kayak, you know, and all those different things. And it's like, just wear your damn life jacket.
It's that easy.
You know?
An ounce of prevention is really all it takes. And it's funny, too, like that tip you said, just take it out. Don't go fishing. Just take it out and get familiar with the vessel.
Right.
I remember the day that Derek delivered the Titan.
Yep.
We went out and fished. And I've fished this body of water a ton. And there's a lot of submerged timber. And I'm like, not somewhere you want to dump a kayak at all. But I knew an area where I had and now I had verification because I could have the electronics to see what was below me, what I was dealing with. And I was like, okay, let's figure this out. What can we do? Just so everybody's aware, they're
killing small children.
Yeah.
We are at a hunting and fishing show, and that is some sort of an animal call.
I don't know even what's going on there, but yeah.
Killing small children. It's not nice.
Well, I mean, they sounded like they were torturing something.
Something's going on, and I'm not sure what it is. Hold on, I messed that up. I wanted to play this because I felt like it fit the moment. I felt like it worked.
Excellent.
You know.
There it is again.
There it is again.
It's what are they, a guinea fowl. That's
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
It's something.
Guinea fowl. It's obviously a guinea fowl.
Get Detective Unstabler on it right now.
Yep.
Figure out what's going on. But yeah, I made sure I went out and I was like, okay, so I know this feels like super stable. And I stood up and I was like, okay, that was a big deal.
Right.
That was a big deal. And I'm just like, okay, this is good. And I kind of did a little bit of rock. Okay, go on.
Did you pee?
I did.
A little down your leg, right? I'm standing up now.
Like, okay, because in my ascend, I wouldn't dare.
Right.
You know, what I would need to do to stand up, my seat is so low.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't dare in that kayak.
Right.
And, you know, it was really, then to back that up, when we took them out on the ocean for the first time.
Right.
Holy shit. Like, and I really, like, and even since then, I think my relationship with wind has changed. Like, I have way more confidence in wind on the small ponds I'm usually fishing and stuff like that as compared to what I was dealing with before. Not saying that it's not bulletproof and not saying that I couldn't fall out of it, but, like, it's a good thing to, like, you know, figure out the mechanics and learn these things because it is important. And, you know, if it's the wrong day, the conditions aren't there.
And that's one of the things, like we've talked about doing, you know, we still want to do we just haven't been able to, like you think the winter is going to be your slow time.
Yeah.
It's like there's
amazing.
Never a slow time. You know what I mean? Your winter, you're spending gearing up for all the stuff that you have coming in the next 4 months.
Absolutely.
You know? But it's one of the things that I want to do. One of the things that I tell a lot of people is, especially if they're new to kayaking, especially if they're really, really new, get yourself in a shallow, safe piece of water.
Yep.
Fall out of your kayak.
And try to recover.
And do it first where you can stand up and use the bottom to be able to get back in the kayak, right? Then when you do that, okay, progress out a little bit more and figure where you gotta, okay, I might only be able to use like the tips of my toes to get back. How am I getting back in my kayak?
Exactly.
How am I flipping it over? And for the love of God, do it without having 90 pounds of crap in your kayak first, because once you do that, that changes everything.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That weight distribution, when you start locking in your tackle boxes and all that changes everything.
Oh, absolutely.
But learn how to flip your basic kayak, flip it over, flip it back, get into it, and do it in a safe space so that if it happens to you like it did to Adam,
you've got a better chance.
What it does is the very first time that you fall out of a kayak or you flip a kayak, what's the very first thing that you do?
When you hit the water?
Panic.
Yeah, exactly.
You panic because now your orientation goes crazy. So at least it's like, okay, wait a minute. All right, I've done this. You know? All right.
Yep.
I'm upset, but I'm not manic.
Exactly.
And when you're not manic, you can think clearly, you can assess
you have
the
logic
situation.
to figure it out.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. You know, and that's a big thing, and that's one of the things that, you know, we keep talking about, that it's like, okay.
Yep.
It's like you almost want to get like do a new owner's clinic. All right, come on down. We're gonna dump our kayaks today, you know, type deal. And teach people how to fall out of the kayak, how to get back in, how to flip it over, how to flip it back. What do you need to do? Do you need a rescue strap because your boat, like yours,
is too big to move? Yeah,
is too big to move. You can't get on the top of it and pull it back over the other way.
That's not going to happen.
How are you flipping it?
And
back
that
over?
rescue strap can do double duty for a lot of times, because we've had, I think, was it Bill Galekis? I think it was Bill Galekis who initially, he had suggested basically creating a strap that's got a loop so you can put your foot in to get some footing to climb in. And then I started noticing that there are products available that do this. That, you know, and It is. It's a
and
big
it's
deal.
like, how does it deploy? How does it, what's the best way to do it? That kind of stuff. Yeah. And, I look at it, it's the same thing as wearing a life jacket.
Yeah.
You know, but but it's one of those, everybody goes, I got a kayak, see you, bye.
Yeah.
I was describing the similar product that Nelson and I kind of came up with.
Yep.
And to a number of people yesterday, like, hey, this is a good idea. Especially it started with an older gentleman was looking at a kayak, and I said, is this something for you? He said, well, I'm looking at a higher seat to help out with my knees. I said, well, I'm in the same boat. And I said, what also helps is going online and finding a similar thing to this strap that we've come up with. And he was very intrigued, and I followed up with, well, on top of that, should you go into the water, you can use that to pull your kayak over with, right it, and then on top of that, you can actually use it as a step to get back into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think we've, over the months and years, we definitely have gone above and beyond the call of trying to hammer safety home with all the products we use, whether it's fishing rods or reels, but it's always good to hear it from another source, especially one that we're working with.
Exactly.
We're all on the same page and we're not reading from the same book, but in some ways we are.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We're all coming to the same conclusions, at least.
Correct. I mean, and that's, I think, one of the big things is that, we had talked about doing like a video series on some of the stuff, and and before Derek left, and we had talked about and he looked at me and he goes, Lauren, he goes, people don't care, they don't want to watch that, they don't, they've got their own mind, their own agenda, and I said it doesn't change the fact that it still needs to happen.
Yeah.
I look at all the videos that Jeff Little does. I mean, Jeff has done a dump in your kayak,
bunch of them.
and he gets great reviews on it because he's doing all those exact same things. You know what I mean? And so it's part of the reason why I think, guys who tournament fish and everything like that, they don't want to go in the water, but they go in. I don't think many of them go in unprepared.
Yeah.
Or if they do, they learn real quick because their buddy who fished 30 feet away from them, they watch them go over, and that just opens their eyeballs.
Oh, yeah.
I don't ever want you, like, okay, I need to change some things, you know, and, I mean, I've watched Trish Angelini's, her boat sink.
Yep.
Because she was taking on water. I mean, we had a lot of people that took on water last year and the year before that. And it happens in an instant.
And this is a small community, and we also get a little bit of that peer pressure in there because chances are, I don't know, out of any of the ones that flipped, if they were nearby someone didn't immediately go over to help. When Russ flipped, 8 people immediately beeline to him.
That's a good thing.
So the peer pressure's there of, like, Tim had to leave that day.
Right.
So I'm sure Tim said, thanks. Good thing I paid all that money for you to flip you guys,
Right,
you fill in the blank. And then down the road, it's, why don't you have your life vest? Or why don't you have this? Or did you ever buy a strap to pull yourself over? Blah, blah, blah. And then you can let them have it.
Right, right. And but you're absolutely correct. I mean, thankfully, everybody has been there to help everybody out.
Yeah.
You have people nearby. And it is a tight-knit community.
Yeah.
It's very tight-knit. Despite the competitiveness and some of the
There's
shenanigans
some
happen.
shit that happens.
Shenanigans. Shenanigans for days.
But in the when push comes to shove, in the end, if somebody's in need, people are going to go and help. Nobody's going to leave anybody out to high and dry. And I think that's one of the perspectives that I bring is because I don't kayak fish competitively.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm on the outside looking in and going, okay, guys, have fun. You do your thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing as me.
But I am totally invested in what every single one of these anglers wants to do, or anyone wants to do in their kayak, to give them the best experience that works for them.
Yep.
So,
that's the way it goes. Yep. I love it. This was really good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate
welcome.
it. I think the only real way that we can wrap up this little segment right here, and kind of in a way to pay an homage, if you will, to the background sounds that we keep hearing periodically. everybody, guys. Bobby Roast Beef. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Yeah, I've been talking a lot today, but we have an interview today, and this is a different kind of interview, and that's what I like about this show is we're a different kind of show. Yeah, we're a fishing podcast, but, we're so much more than that. Fishing's a great thing, but the people within the fishing world, they have a lot of different shit going on. And today we have a guest on with us. We've got Thea Engst with us. And you may have heard Thea's name brought up before with a guest that we've had on numerous times in the past, the one and only Todd Grubb. Thea has, Thea's got a couple of things going on. Thea, you're pretty busy. You've got Poetic Pores that has launched and is fantastic. And by the way, my wife's a fan. She digs them.
Nice. That's great to hear.
Yeah, she really does. She digs them. And I'm trying this summer is like the summer I'm trying to get her into camping. And I think that Poetic Pores is going to be a regular at all my campfires, which is great. I think it'll be fun.
Nice.
It'll be awesome. But the other thing that you've done...
Yeah, I think it's great to take for camping.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, you can pre-mix a bunch of drinks and be ready to go and just enjoy your entire evening. You got everything you need in one spot. It's a great little setup. And it feels outdoorsy, boiling the water and melting all the sugars and then adding your spirits and stirring everything together. It's really kind of awesome. And, if you're an absolute lush like myself, you could just throw a straw in that jar and you're good for a full evening right there. I say, and that's probably what's going to happen around the campfires. But not only are you a craft cocktail connoisseur and a master of the craft, but you're an esteemed author now. You've got...
I am. Well, esteemed is very generous, but thank you.
I've been surviving this entire weekend here at the Springfield Sportsman Show on nothing more than jerky and craft beer. So I'm feeling very generous. But maybe I'm just easily impressed. I think this is pretty cool. Somebody named Mary is airdropping me photos here. They're quite interesting.
Is airdropping?
Yeah, these photos, it's a meme, and it says, "Life's too short to pretend you're not into kinky shit." Seriously.
Oh, Mary.
I don't know. So, Mary, I don't know who you are, but life is good, I guess. Anyway, let's talk about your book. It's called Spirits of the Tarot. And it's from the cup's abundance to the magician's creation.
Yeah.
78 cocktail recipes inspired by the tarot. Now, why don't you give me a little bit of background information? Tell me a little bit about the book. I'm waiting for my copy to arrive, and I'm very excited to start picking apart some recipes and making some drinks on my own. But kind of walk me through the inspiration, how you got started with this.
Oh, well, so like Todd, most of my professional background is in hospitality. I was, I started as a host actually in 2009 when I was putting myself through grad school for writing.
Okay.
So I fell in love with hospitality while I was putting myself through school. And by the time I graduated, I had been, I was a host, I was a server, and I had been promoted to the bar. So I was just really exhausted. It had been 3 years of working 3 jobs and being in school full time. So even though I went to school to get my master's and be a creative writing professor, I was like, I'm just going to bartend for a while and make some money and relax a little. And that was, 11 years later. I have no regrets. I absolutely made the right call for myself. I ended up as a bar manager. I was a general manager, and I've just curated and created so many different cocktail menus and trained people. And, my whole heart is definitely in the hospitality industry. So throughout that journey, I was gifted my first tarot deck by a good friend who was also a bartender and co-author of my first book, Drink Like a Bartender. Lori Victor gave me, she's kind of like my ride or die professional wife forever. We work really well together no matter what we're doing. And she's also a very talented bartender and writer. So I this is getting really big.
No, it's good.
The story's getting big. There are layers. So my name, I mean, you asked me how to pronounce it, and but it's Thea. It's Thea. So I get a lot of mispronunciations because people think it's Thea, which is fair. I was named after a woman that my grandfather dated after World War II. He was stationed outside of Vienna, and he dated someone named Thea, and came back to America to go to school. For some reason, she didn't join him. He met my Nana. They got pregnant with my mom. He wanted to name her Thea. She was like, no.
Oh, yeah, I could imagine. I could imagine that was an interesting discussion.
Yeah. So, a bunch of grandkids later, I end up with this name. And because of how it's spelled and because it's a little unique, people, this story kind of comes up. It's like, oh, that's, where's it from? Is it a family name? All these things. And it kind of haunted me that I never asked him when he was alive more about why this name and this person was so important to him. So in 2015, I quit my job and I traveled throughout Europe retracing his infantry steps through the war, because I wanted to feel closer to him and his experience and just write about what I was going through. And in this process, Lauren gave me my first tarot deck, and I started practicing tarot alone on the road in trains and Airbnbs and hotels. And I got really into it. I came home, rejoined the workforce as a general manager, started working on a novel based off my experiences, and continued with tarot, and of course continued with my bar work. And so this has just kind of been, this book is just a natural progression of my skills and loves. And I'm fortunate that I have a relationship with Adams Media, which is an imprint of Simon & Schuster, because Lauren and I wrote Drink Like a Bartender. I co-authored Nectar of the Gods with Liv Albert, who has her own podcast called Let's Talk About Myths, Baby. And that's a really cool, so she revisits mythology through the lens of, a contemporary feminist, and breaks it down. And she's just wildly smart and funny and cool. So I did 75 recipes for her book based on mythology. And then I was fortunate enough that the unofficial Disney Parks author, Ashley Kraft, she does all these cookbooks, and she recreates Disney Park restaurant recipes for people to make at home. But she doesn't drink alcohol. So she was started to write a drink book, and the first one did wildly, so well. So she starts to write a drink book, and they're like, we should do some cocktails in this. And she's like, yeah, I agree, but I don't drink. So they outsourced to me. So all of the recipes in Ashley's book that involve alcohol are mine. And so I kind of call that like a consultation gig. But because I had done these, I've done 3 with them for the unofficial Disney Parks series. I've done Nectar of the Gods with Liv Albert, Drink Like a Bartender with Lauren Vigdor. And I just kept pushing, and I was like, I want my own thing. I want my own book. I want my own royalties. I want my name out there. And, tarot's so dear to my heart. And I think it, like witchcraft and all that fun stuff is really hot right now. And I just feel like the timing was really right. And they embraced my idea and worked with me, and they were like, can you have it all in 9 weeks?
Holy shit. So talk about a deadline.
I wrote the entire book and crafted 78 recipes in 9 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it was a lot. I honestly, I don't I feel like I kind of blacked out a lot of it just because I was just like, go for so long. And then I'll never forget one night I was sitting on the couch next to Todd, and he was watching TV, and I'm typing. And then I was like, I just closed the computer, and he was like, are you done for the night? And I was like, I think I'm done. He was like, you're done? I was like, yeah, I think I just finished the book. And he was like, well, we got to celebrate. And we had some Weller, fortunately, that I was able to purchase on the company's tab to write a review. Which is it? The 12 year that's they recently found out that, or whiskey nerds found out that it is technically the bourbon that doesn't quite make the cut to be in a Pappy bottle. So it went from a reasonably priced bourbon to now it's like hundreds of dollars.
Yep.
So I had to write a review on it. Unfortunately, I got a free bottle. And so we killed that bottle that night.
Good for you. Oh, man, that is awesome. That is freaking.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that your background in the not just hospitality, but also as far as like writing went so far. Like that's really impressive. Like really, really impressive.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'm a lucky person that I have like two great loves in my life in writing and in hospitality, and especially in beverage and cocktail development. I started writing when I was really young, and I just kind of obsessively wrote poetry in a journal. And then when I was 15, I think a lot of us are fortunate to have that one teacher that kind of sees us.
Definitely.
And my 9th grade English teacher, Mr. Benware, was like, you're not a writer if you don't share your work. It doesn't really exist unless someone else sees it.
Yeah, that's true.
And I remember being so angry. I was so mad because I didn't want to share it. I was 15 years old. I hated myself.
Yeah, exactly. You're pouring your heart out on the page, and then you're like, no, I don't want anyone to see this, and it's just, it's like the ultimate cringe. I get it. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So he encouraged me. He was amazing. He not only got me out of my shell in that sense, but he encouraged me to submit poetry to be published. And so my first poem was published when I was 15, thanks to him.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so, I went on in undergrad, I studied literature with a focus in poetry, and then I got my MFA in writing with a focus in poetry. But I studied, there's really no genre I haven't really written.
Yeah.
And in this case, the only thing I haven't really published in is fiction, but I'm working on that novel. So hopefully an agent will want to represent me soon.
Well, I mean, if you ever need an idea for a novel, I can definitely tell you. I can assist you with some character development. I happen to have a character that I've been working on for a number of years now. He is a very charismatic, balding, overweight trivia host. With from the hospitality industry as well. So I mean,
go on.
He's got stories. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I think that those people have the best stories. They should absolutely be writing novels, memoirs.
And I feel like you kind of nailed it. Like you said, both you and Todd do come from the hospitality industry. Like I had gone from, I had worked in the restaurant business like from I think I was 14 when I first started. And I busted my ass doing that, thinking that culinary might be a direction I was going to go in. And I ended up working in broadcasting for 20 years. And then oddly enough, I started my own business because I realized broadcasting doesn't pay the bills. And I started working for myself again. And here I am. And I work with, I like to consider the fact that the establishments I choose to work with are of a certain caliber. Like I'm not going to your corner Legion. Not that there's anything wrong with those bars. If that's where you like to go and drink, that's awesome,
Yeah.
But I like to put myself and bring my experience that I bring into locally owned, generally, places that will carry a upscale appeal. And like when I actually got to know Todd and you and realize that like you guys were on that level. Like I don't think enough people appreciate a quality wealth of knowledge behind the bar, you know? Like I really do.
Absolutely.
Like it's unbelievable. So congrats. I appreciate you. I'm sure that lots of other folks definitely appreciate you. I'm excited to see what, it's amazing with cocktails because I think a lot of people get intimidated by cocktails. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like so many people think that you just mix liquor with soda and you're good. And when I say soda, I don't mean the industry of like club soda water. They just mix like whatever with Coke, and that's it. But to really choose select ingredients that are maybe a little bit more boutique and of an upper sort of level or quality, and combine them in the right ways with the right practices, using the right tools and having the know-how, that goes a long way. My wife, I like to say, is a good example. Like I mentioned, she thought that the poetic pours, the mule, and I remember we initially talked about it. You said you didn't really want to use the name mule with that one.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I was nervous about it because a Moscow Mule is a relatively simple drink to make. Yep. But so I was like, I don't know if this will sell well, but also in my years, people love a mule, and it's a really crushable, yummy drink. Yep. And so what happened was I was explaining it actually to my landlord, because I was like, I have an old fashioned and I have a Moscow Mule right now. And I was like, and you know, she knows what she's doing behind the bar. And I was like, you know, but it's not really, you know, I do this whole thing. I make these sugar cubes. I start with fresh ginger, you know, like I do. And I told her about my process, and she said, "Oh, it's like a bougie Moscow Mule." And I was like, "That's the best way to say it."
Really is.
It's an upper level. Yeah, it's just And my dad said when I sent him the prototype, because my dad is my investor. Spoiler alert. Yeah. And I sent him the prototype for the mule, and I was like, "Let me know what you think." And then he was like, "I love it." And then a couple weeks later, he called me and he was like, "So what do you do with that?" And I told him. And then he was like, because after I had yours, I Googled how to make a Moscow Mule, and nothing I made tasted like that. And I was like, yeah, it's the sugar, it's the craftsmanship of the sugar cube that takes it from like a good drink to like a proper craft cocktail.
Yeah, like a next level kind of cocktail. Because that's what's amazing. Like my wife for the longest time, I'll never forget this. It was my cousin's wedding. We had only been dating for about a series of weeks, and I brought her to the wedding, and I was like, "Yeah, we'll order some cocktails. You know, what are you into?" And I was at that point, I've always kind of been into everything a little bit for the most part.
Yeah.
And I think I was actually drinking a Manhattan, to tell you the truth, at this wedding, most likely. Yeah. I'm a whiskey boy. I like whiskeys for the most part, but like I'll drink martinis, you know, and I'll drink all kinds of different drinks. She was like, "Yeah, I'll have a gin and tonic." And she's like, "I think I like gin. I don't know." And she was just drinking garbage gin, you know? And she's like, she didn't like, you know, we have a thing like, she's like, "I like tequila, but every time she has tequila, we end up pregnant." So we try to limit that in the house. But what she'll do is she realized like she was really like, gin is the spirit that speaks to her. And she's gotten into a handful of different ones that the names escape me, but like her base level is like a Hendrix. Like if she goes to a bar, she's like, "I can get by with Hendrix." And, you know, but there's so much that you can do with gin, and it's kind of opened her up. Like there's one, I think it's called Empress. Yeah, it's Empress that she really likes. And there's a couple of cocktails that she's had, like when we were in Vegas, and then there was a restaurant locally that had it on their specialty menu, and she's ordered again, and she absolutely loves it. But she has turned into one of these folks that will go out to a bar that specializes in a well mixed drink, like a absolute like quality. One of the bars there's a couple of bars locally we like to frequent, but one of them that's a little bit more, I guess I would say, noteworthy or memorable is in locally in our area is Northampton, Massachusetts. You ever been to Northampton?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my God, Thea, you would love NoHo, or Hamp as the locals call it. Oh my God, it's your kind of town. You know, one of these days we got to make a plan, and you and Todd need to come out to Western Mass. And we'll either hit up Northampton, we'll go out for dinner and drinks, or we'll go out to Great Barrington up the Shears. And it'll be great.
Sounds great.
Because we got some great spots out that way too that we can mention. But one of them I'm talking about is a bar called the Tunnel Bar. Now the Tunnel Bar is a staple. Okay. It's like an old subway tunnel that is part of this big sort of complex in different venues. There's the Tunnel Bar, they have Platform Sports Bar upstairs, they have Union Station Banquets, which is its own separate thing with a separate bar in it called is it the Roosevelt Room? And then outside they have a seasonal bar called the Deck. I host trivia in two of those spots. But the Tunnel Bar is it's made the list of one of the top 100 bars you need to drink at before you die. And they deliver. Oh my God, they deliver over and over and over again. It's a great experience. You go in, you get the seats are nice, brass riveted, leather wrapped, easy chairs, and there'll be a small, almost like a coffee table set up. They bring over, mixed nuts and everything. They have a great Scotch selection. They have a great whiskey selection in general. Their martinis are just off the chain. But when we first started dating, she would never go out to this bar. Now she looks forward to it. I'll go and I'll be fishing. I'll be on the kayak all day long. And I could show up 3 hours later than I said I was going to be. And I'm like, honey, get dressed. I'm going to take you out for drinks and appetizers. We'll go out there. We'll share an appetizer or two. And we'll have a couple of cocktails. We'll come home and sleep like babies. It is wonderful. And I feel like...
Yeah. That sounds awesome.
Drinking changes as you get a little bit older. Obviously, like, you know, you're no longer... The idea of binge drinking, I think, for most people, especially my age, like, I just can't do it. You know? So I would rather drink a couple of cocktails that are really, really well made, because taste matters more, you know? Oh, you see who I'm on with?
Yeah. I agree.
Look who's here, Thea.
Thea, I fucking love you. I can't hear you though, but I know you're just saying, "Oh my God, you're the coolest person ever." So
you were the coolest person ever. Oh my God.
I'm gonna put her on. So Becca's with us.
That's so funny.
Oh.
I owe her some jars. I was actually gonna text and say, "Can I come over and bring you some jars you ordered like 2 months ago?"
I'm here.
Becca, I owe you
running
jars.
from so far
I need to bring
away.
you some poetic force.
Dude, how's it going?
It's good.
Oh.
How are you?
Good. Where do I have? Is this my mic?
That's your mic.
Cut your hair.
I did cut my hair.
It looks nice.
Thank you very much. Am I looking at this camera?
Yeah, this is the camera right here. She's up on screen. Here, I'll scoot over.
Hi. Wait, am I on like the giant screen? Like, can other people see me?
Just a couple.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's just a few.
No,
It's
there's not
gravy
thousands of
fishing.
people
Oh my God.
walking by. Hundreds, thousands.
But I have to do this because
Cool.
if I'm just sitting
I'm
here,
glad I actually put makeup on.
well, I was like, if she shows up, her camera's not on. I'm like, I'm just gonna leave me up there. But this works out really well. But I was like, of course, I don't know if you heard this in the first bit of that interview. Some guy, and as somebody who's in the hospitality business, hey, I know you've run into this more. Someone who has been a little overly served approached as I'm talking to you. You're telling me a story, and in the background you can hear him kind of going, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm just this podcast is great." And I handed him a sticker, and our new co-host Joe Brown is trying to diffuse the situation. It's so ridiculous. Oh, this is awesome.
You handled that well. I didn't. No.
I tried.
I saw you like shake hands with someone, but I didn't. But I didn't hear any of that. You did a great job.
There's been like 5 people have come by. How you doing? How you doing, Bobby? I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. I'm
Totally
riding
not
free.
on a podcast or whatever. Feel free, interrupt.
It'll make it memorable. That's all that matters.
Gotta keep it interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm talking with Thea about her new book.
Oh, I have one. Well, she saved one for me. And
Okay.
Actually, when Thea and I first started hanging out, I hated alcohol.
I know. I remember that.
And now, I wouldn't say I'm an alcoholic or anything, but now I understand. Now I understand, like more. Like I used to think, oh, people just like to get like blackout drunk, and now I'm like at the point in my life where like I actually really enjoy just sitting down, making a cocktail, and my girlfriend's a bartender, dude. Like I need that book because like I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna outdo her and make
know
better
that Lila
cocktails.
was a bartender?
Yeah, she makes bank.
Oh, that's good.
She's the breadwinner, my guy.
Yeah.
I hear that. Oh my goodness.
Actually, I think this at the tail end. Yeah, at the tail end of me writing this book and finishing up the recipes, that was when you and Lila came over.
Yes.
And we worked through a few. So like one of the books that, or one of the cocktails that you and Lila and I worked on.
Matcha,
is
right?
in the book. It's the matcha one. Yeah.
That
and then
one's
there's
unreal.
like because at the time I don't think you were drinking that night, so like we were doing mocktails for you, and that one's in there.
Yeah.
So like a couple of the drinks are like not only approved but inspired by Lila and Becca.
That's so awesome. Like that's the community part of it that I love. You know what I mean?
Well, drinking brings people together,
Yeah, it
and
does.
like not necessarily in the way I used to think. Because I'm still young, so my thing is like, oh, you get drunk and black out at a bar and there's fist fights and whatever,
and that
now
is
I
a
get
reality.
it.
Like that, there is that happens, and I think for some folks you just kind of grow out of it.
Yes.
And sadly, some folks don't grow out of it, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But I do find like drinking responsibly is a much more enjoyable experience.
Oh God, yeah.
When you're drinking quality stuff. You know, there was a time in my life where I was I would go in and have, a shot and a beer and a shot and a beer, a shot and a beer and a steak sandwich. And that was like me.
That's really fire. But that's the thing
yummy.
about that's why I like Thea's book, because it's like, I also didn't understand how crafty you can get. Because again, I'm young. So I'm like, I think I told Thea my favorite drink was a Bahama Mama. Which is like, come on, that's like the basic, like freshly 21 drink or whatever. You got pineapple juice, orange juice, grenadine, and vodka, rum. Sorry, excuse me.
Or some Midori sour, which, right? Thea?
Oh heck yeah!
Yeah.
Once you get into cocktail making, it's so fun.
It is.
Yeah.
But
and I think that
with bitters, like with craft bitters, and you see a lot more variety in some of these ingredients. That you do what do you call it? Like you could. I mean, I haven't seen a craft sour mix that I've come across that I've liked yet. Mainly because I try to drink mostly sugar-free stuff for the most part. Which is why I drink a lot of just glasses of liquor. I'm a Scotch drinker. I'm a whiskey drinker.
I like rum.
You like rum, huh?
Oh, I'm a bitch for rum.
What's your favorite rum?
What's that one that's called Blue something? They have a vanilla rum, and I mix it with a Coke or something, and it's like a Coke and rum, but vanilla rum, and it tastes like a vanilla creamy Coke. But it's called Blue something is the name brand. It's very, you see it everywhere.
What would you recommend as a good rum to have on hand, Thea? That's a good neutral rum you could use in a variety of drinks.
I'm a huge fan of all the rums that Plantation makes.
Okay.
I want to say they're from. Where are they from? I'm not going to say because I'm afraid I'm wrong. I think it might be Barbados, but I'm not 100%. They make a really nice white rum that's great to just mix whatever with. They have an overproof rum that is to die for, and actually a really great whiskey substitute. I have this issue since I have close to 100 bottles in my house right now. I'm kind of dragging my feet on buying new bottles, but like you, Bobby, I'm a big whiskey drinker, so then I run out of whiskey and have to substitute. And I just killed my Plantation Overproof because I really wanted a Black Manhattan and I didn't have any bourbon, so I used the Plantation Overproof, which knocked me on my butt, but was super yummy. So I really like what they do. They actually even have a pineapple one that is really light and subtle. And if you just make a classic daiquiri with it, you just get this really nice hint of pineapple in it, which is kind of surprising because some, flavored stuff you got to be careful with because some people it's just sugar and flavoring. It's just not it. So if you can find a flavor or do it yourself, I think doing it yourself is a safe way to make a nice infusion and flavor a spirit.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. I feel like there are, flavored spirits that are out there, and it can either ruin what could be an okay spirit, or you just sometimes there's just an abrasive flavor. When I say this, I'm thinking of a lot of those flavored vodkas that are super easy to find, stuff like that. It's just or just straight up artificial, subtle, especially in a cocktail. I think that there's something to be said for having just subtle notes, and the pairing of those things can totally change your experience.
I one time back in the day had someone order. She said, "What kind of flavored vodkas do you have?" And I gave her the list, and she said, "Oh, I'll just do the blueberry vodka, with soda." And so I poured it and I gave it to her. And she was like, "Oh, I didn't want any grenadine in this." And I was like, "Oh, there isn't." And she was like, "Well, why is it purpley?" And I was like, "Because it was flavored with real blueberry."
Oh,
she was used to seeing clear flavoring, and because this distillery had made it with actual blueberries, it had a color to it. And that was jarring for her. She was not she didn't know what she was getting.
It's a little unexpected.
There's a lot about alcohol that again, being uneducated about it gave me a wrong you think about it, everyone's drinking seltzers right now. Like that's the thing. Yeah. And I hate seltzer so much. So like, you know, once you see what's actually out there, it's kind of crazy. And again, like I'm going to be the best bartender reading this book.
I gotta tell you, like I am a big seltzer drinker. Not boozy seltzers. I'm a masshole.
Well, have you had ranch water before? That's the best seltzer in the market.
So the best seltzer on the planet comes from Polar, and it is Polar Beverages in Worcester, Mass. But when I drink a spiked seltzer, I'm either adding a spirit to it, or like I'll tell you, like if I want something that's decent, I like to take Polar's green apple seltzer and mix it with, you don't talk about artificial flavoring. This is it. Crown Royal apple.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've seen that. It's good.
Crown Royal apple by itself is trash. Like I'm never gonna drink it neat. I'm never gonna drink it. But I'll tell you what, if I have a liter of green apple Polar seltzer water and I mix with that green apple, I guarantee you I'm sleeping in the backyard at the fire pit. I guarantee it. It's happened twice before. No lie. And you know, it's just like I feel like you really you get to know the personality of a bar when you go and have a decent cocktail.
Imagine Thea with her own bar.
Oh my God.
Dude, Thea, is that would you ever consider that? Say like an opportunity came up. Would you ever open up your own I could see you in not like a fancy bougie one, but like a classy, anyone can come, test drinks, have fun. You can do it build your own drink or something. I could see you doing something really badass like that. What's your dreams?
Just, everything you just said. I feel like you just showed how well you know me. Because I love, I love those super fancy bars. I love a dive bar. I love everything in between. So if I were to make my own or create my own bar, it would be definitely very approachable.
Yes.
But someplace where you could get a high life and also a crafted cocktail with a fat washed bourbon, Manhattan variation that has been barrel aged and all those crazy, but you could also get a beer for $3, I like that kind of range. But I think, I don't know, opening a bar, there's just so much, there's not a lot of money in it unless you've already kind of got money. And,
valid.
So that scares me a lot. And also it takes so much, and the way that I would want to run a bar that was mine with my name, you'd never see me again unless you went to sit at the bar. I'd be there
all the time.
That's the hard part.
Open, after we close,
quality control all the time. No.
I'd probably be bartending every night. Honestly, I think that's where I feel the most in control.
And honestly, on your slowest night, you give old Bobby Roast Beef a call, and I come down and host one of my trivia events there. And then we have just banging cocktails with amazing bar food and fantastic, entertainment. Everybody has a great time. There's no drama or BS.
Well, that's the cool thing about the book. Yeah. It's kind of like opening up your own bar, but really you can't necessarily do it. So, hey, here's something that you would see,
And actually, you make a good point there, Becca, because somebody who's they're trapped in a rut with what they drink. Or, I hear this all the time from lots of people where they're just I want something different.
Yep.
You really have to kind of experiment a little bit and be willing to try some stuff that maybe you're not going to love. But having a book and experimenting and going through, let me ask you this, and again, I would know this had my mail carrier delivered my book, but in your book, do you have a listing of all the ingredients? What would you recommend somebody have on hand to make the majority of those ingredients? Or the majority of the cocktails that you have in the book?
Yeah, so there's not there's no chart for make sure you have this. You just kind of go kind of like a standard cookbook or cocktail book, page by page. Yeah, but there is a whole section on homemade syrups, which is kind of unique. And the publisher kind of saw what I was doing, and they were like, "Hey, your syrups are pretty cool and very integral." And what I like about the homemade syrups is they're not alcoholic. So if you're not drinking, if your friend is driving, you know, like you have this like, okay, why not make a hibiscus syrup that you can make a baller lemonade with? Like, who cares if there's alcohol in it or not?
Yep.
So it's not only like, here are my syrup recipes. It's like when you're making your own, when you're like, I want to spruce up my, you know, gin and tonic. Like, why don't I make a rosemary simple syrup and just add a little bit of herbs to it? So it's like walking you through like, look, this might not be the explicit recipe, but these are things to keep in mind as you're playing with it. So there's that. And then in Nectar of the Gods, I actually, they made a chart because they felt some of my ingredients were a little obscure and they wanted to be able to offer like a reasonable substitution if someone couldn't find that particular
that's a good idea.
product.
That's handy.
So there's that in Nectar of the Gods.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a sweet tooth.
I could write a whole book on that, honestly.
Yeah.
If I don't have grenadine at the house, there's usually an issue because I would say a solid like 30% of the drinks I make, I try to throw in grenadine just because it's so sweet.
Yeah, it bumps up the sweetness.
I love it.
I hear you.
I love grenadine. I drink that shit whole.
You like the scissors.
Yep, sweet tooth up to the max.
I have noticed in the bar industry that there is now a big boost in non-alcoholic options that are of, like, I would say a craft sort of standard. Like I see it in the beer world with like Athletic Brewing Company, and a lot of people talk smack about like, why would you drink craft beer? There's no alcohol in it. Because it's 70 calories a can. That's why, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
It scratches that itch for that style of beer and does it well. And it's 70 calories a can. And I don't know if you've noticed this,
but your boy has a bit of a weight problem.
And I could certainly use a little bit of a restriction there. But I've noticed this lately with mocktails as well at bars. And I have to wonder if, like, I'll give you, again, another example. Like my outdoor venue that I'm at in Northampton, Mass., there are so many cannabis dispensaries everywhere.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if, like, the idea of, like, well, yeah, folks can utilize their cannabis products and then switch over to mocktails. Because I'll tell you what, that mixing of alcohol and cannabis together is not always a great idea for everybody.
Not for me.
Somebody can do it well, and some can't. I personally don't love to. I like it. That's where I'm going to have like one drink. I'm not going to be, you know what I mean? With even like with the mocktails, you can really elevate it. Like you said, like that example of the hibiscus syrup. I'm like, that's a great idea. Like, that's a great idea to elevate something as simple as, you know, an iced tea that you're going to serve or a punch, and use these more craft-oriented, custom-made syrups. And the fact that you can learn how to do this stuff in your material, I think, Thea, that's awesome. You're helping people make better events.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm one party at a time. Yeah. I actually got the cutest phone call from my aunts in Atlanta last night, and Todd was just on the other side of the phone laughing, just enjoying the journey we went on.
I love that.
They had a couple friends over. They had a couple copies of the book. They bought their own tarot deck to play along. They were like, okay, how do we do this? So we did a whole reading. I had them pull 3 cards. And then they flipped to the card, the cocktail that the card correlated to. And I talked to them about what the card meant and you know, how it answered the question that they asked. And they were just having a blast. So I don't think that people realize it's more than like, oh, like this is a pretty cocktail and it's named after the Queen of Cups or whatever. It's like, no, literally, like you can, if you have the product, you can like shuffle up the deck and use that as your like bartender's choice.
Definitely.
It's so much more.
That's what makes it fun. It's like a nice party game almost. Yeah.
That's awesome. And I do.
Yeah.
I love the theme. Like, I love the fact that like you've tied it in with something that's so, I hate to be this guy, but on trend. Like, you're right. The whole like tarot aspect, like my kids, I've got 2 daughters and they love everything, crystals, tarot, everything. Like they're like, it's almost like its own sort of, there's a draw to it. People are just, and the idea of taking that and mixing it up with something as enjoyable as a craft cocktail is unbelievably wicked cool. I love it.
Have you guys seen that new Netflix show? I don't believe it's like crazy new, maybe a couple months at this point, but it's about these like professional like bartenders, whatever you want to call them, and they go out and they compete who can like make the best out of this product and that product and whatever. And like you can see like some of the people are taking an hour to make one single drink, like by hand, making each ingredient from scratch. And like that, I think that's a really good show to also like dive deeper into like what real cocktail making is like, not just Bahama Mama, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
That's
there's more out there.
I'll take a Jack and Coke and, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
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 It's funny you say that. Sorry.
That's all good.
So I never cooked before COVID because I was working in restaurants. So I worked like, you know, for at least 4 nights a week for 11 years in a restaurant where someone else was cooking for me. So I would just like go out and, you know, wasn't really into cooking. And then when COVID happened and we were home and saving money and everything changed, I actually ended up using the way that I construct cocktails to construct good meals because I understood flavor profiles. You know, like I understood what went well together, what didn't mesh well together, how to make something cohesive. And so it's actually funny because like the joke used to be like, oh, Thea doesn't cook. And I was like, Thea's like a really good cook. And it's like, I owe it all to bartending. I really, really do.
Fucking watch me. I'm the best chef now.
All right. So I'm going to hit you with something crazy. So Thea, you've been in New England for a while. Long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I graduated college in 2008 and I moved that summer into Massachusetts. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you've been a New Englander for a while. Now, all right. New England clam bake. Okay. I know I'm speaking your language, Becca.
Okay. I'm obsessed with seafood.
Yeah, absolutely.
Into it.
Let's talk pairings here, okay? Because when I think clam bake, honestly, I think really light, crisp beers primarily. You know, like a Pilsner is great for something like that. Grolsch, I would go to with seafood. I think that's a great pairing. And even, honestly, I would dip into lawnmower beers. I think it's great, especially like midsummer in the heat. What kind of a cocktail would you say is a good pairing in your estimation for, you know,
seafood?
Yeah, seafood outdoors. Like what would you recommend?
That's a good one.
It could be. Let's ideally, if this is a recipe that's in your book, that would be even better.
This is a really interesting question, and you're gonna laugh. I don't eat seafood.
You don't eat seafood?
I forgot.
I forgot. My boyfriend likes to fish. I don't know if you know that. Yeah. So it's like the biggest waste that Todd fell in love with me because he'll bring home like
amazing
fresh striper and tuna and whatever.
And Thea just gagged. She's like, wow, the freshest fish on the planet.
I will. So he makes a really good tuna poke bowl that I'm into. There's no allergy and I try everything, you know. Mm-hmm. But I feel like when you say like, you know, like the grassy beers, like the first thing I thought of was cachaça. Sorry, I feel like I said that weird, but I didn't. Cachaça, which is really yummy. I mean, best known for the caipirinha, which is pretty much like a mojito without mint and with cachaça instead of rum. So like that'll give you a nice like the vegetal like green hints that you would be getting from a grassy beer. And when you were talking before you said cocktail, all I could think of was everything you're saying sounds like a Gruner Veltliner wine would go really well.
Oh well, yeah.
With all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another like cocktail that would pair well with sort of like that clam bake, the freshness there. I mean, pisco comes to mind as well with its vegetal notes, and like I love a pisco sour.
Yeah.
Hard to beat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
These are all drinks that I have never had, but I'm going to.
We should just raid Thea's apartment and make her make us drinks.
I have so many bottles. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you guys hadn't gone camping that night, but last time you were here visiting with Todd, probably would have just ended up bartending.
Blacked
That's what
out.
happened.
Yeah.
Todd's friend Keith came over months ago while I was writing this book, actually. So I guess it was a year ago.
Oh, wow.
And he was with us all weekend, and we, you know, I would write, and he and Todd would do their thing, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, "Oh, it's time," and I would be like, "Do you like this? Do you like this? Do you like this?"
Hey, Thea, not to change the subject on you, but remember that thing I told you about with that company for your significant other over there, Todd Grubbs?
Yes.
They approved it. Don't say anything. Bobby roast people really doesn't even know what's going on.
I really don't, but I'm going to do the applause button.
Yeah. Wait, you should tell him after you're done recording.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna tell him anything.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be. Oh no, I'm gonna tell Bobby, of course. But I mean, I'm gonna
tell Bobby. Yeah.
It's probably gonna be a couple months until it happens. But Todd and I are also going camping together pretty soon, which is cool. And
sweet.
Just give it a couple months, and I got a thing brewing for Todd.
I love that.
It's gonna be really sick.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm working on it.
Oh. I love this little
I'm gonna get the third degree once he hears this.
The second it gets to my parents' house, I'll send you a picture right away. Because it's beautiful.
I think this is amazing. You know what? Maybe I'm getting an idea here, and maybe it's the greater good gingerbread ale that I'm drinking right now.
Yeah.
Because I do look like a ravishing young Santa Claus. I would say that I think a good way to mix all of this stuff, the fishing aspect, a live event, the content, the drinks, it is maybe if we organize like a live show.
I'm so into it.
That's like maybe like even like a game dinner.
Yes.
And
yes.
we do paired cocktails with those.
Yes.
I could even.
That's so fun.
You remember where we had the 100th episode of Jigs and Bigs in Springfield?
Yeah, we just fired the other bartenders and put Thea in.
They do. Well, what we could do is, we could line up those drinks right there. Actually, they just bought a new restaurant. This might be perfect to do that. I'm saying too much, but I think this could be amazing. Would you be game for that, Thea?
We'll tip you so good.
Yeah. That sounds fun.
I'll tip you like a whole 30 cents, man.
Yeah.
Like, we'll have to figure it out, but I've been...
Whoa.
Today I thought, I was like, we've talked about the idea of doing a game dinner in the past, and we haven't ever done it, but maybe now's the time. Like, we've got the audience. Like, maybe we can make it work.
It's going.
I love it.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be, like, not only super fun, but, I could also pour out a couple of poetic pours and just let people taste them so they understand what they're getting themselves into.
Oh, actually.
Because I'm not allowed to pour alcohol. Like I'm doing a local holiday market in Providence.
Yeah.
In March, which is awesome, but no one can taste it because I can't be pouring alcohol. So
yeah, you can't.
To be at a bar and be like, oh yeah, like free old fashioned, just to taste so when you order online, you know what you're getting yourself into.
Definitely. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. Fun. I think it's a vision, and it's going to happen.
Oh, I like the way all these things are coming together.
It's not an idea.
And it's going to be, it's a calling.
We're planning, actually, right now as we speak.
It's a calling.
Yeah.
My other voices.
It's this one. It's nobody wants to hear that.
That's my favorite, dude. Minnie Mouse. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's my Karen voice.
I like that.
Oh, I like it.
Oh my goodness. This was great, Thea. Do me a favor and mention again, like where if folks want to check out the book for themselves, where can they get it? Also, like Poetic Pours, if they wanted to order themselves some Poetic Pours, maybe you order one of each and you sample a little bit and you try it. You make it a weekend away.
A little sample.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so you can buy any of my books on Amazon, from Barnes & Noble. They're at Walmart and Target, online. Only a local bookstore will certainly order copies for you if you prefer to support them, which is always awesome.
Totally.
And that also makes me look really good. And consider too, if they'll order more than one copy, so the extras go on the shelf, which is great for me.
Yep. That's true.
So I would encourage, please leave a review because that helps my sales in the algorithm. And then for Poetic Pours, you can find me online, poeticpours.com, and order directly online. I'm on Instagram, poetic_pours.
Yep.
TikTok.
And TikTok, yeah. So my author page is Engst Thea, which is my last name, ENGSTY, Thea, THEA. So you can find me kind of all over. I try to stay really active. And I do want to, I know you made a joke that you could put a straw in the old fashioned and just drink the whole thing. I don't think people realize it's more
drinks.
than one drink when they get the jar.
It's 5 drinks.
Yeah. It is funny you say that because when my sister saw the label, she's been drinking them with her husband. She's one of my guinea pigs.
Yep.
She was like, we just divide this up between 2 glasses over ice. And I was like, that's fine. But those are like big drinks.
They are big drinks, yeah.
She was like, no way. And I had to measure it. I was like, because it's 8 ounces of bourbon and then you're adding 2 ounces of water. So you've got 10 ounces of liquid in the jar right there. Yeah. And that's a big 5 ounces is a big drink.
It really is.
So,
yeah.
And the mule makes 6 drinks. So if you're paying $20 for that to be able to make 6 drinks, which goes a long way, and they are great for camping. I'm gonna bring some to Becca this weekend.
Yes.
I just thank you so much for all this exposure and taking the time to talk to me about everything and my weird little life.
Yeah.
Taya, we love you.
Yeah, I think the more I can support people that are just fucking amazing, you guys, you're all awesome. I'm seeing a vision right now almost of in the tiny house. Picture it, a nice little craft shelf with maybe 5 or 6 poetic pours on display.
Yes.
And then, maybe like a handle of your favorite spirit, like with a little bungee cord wrapped around the corner so it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Keep it secure.
Yeah, of course.
And then this way, you boil your water on your stove, you make your poetic pours, you have yourself maybe a nice girls' night out,
We actually had a nice
That'd be so fun.
girls' night out, girls' night plus Todd the other night. So
there you go.
I'm always down.
Yeah, it's kind of a girl's night with Todd.
Well, Todd's hair is long enough, so he can pass.
Yeah.
It's all
Oh my God! I sent a picture of my my cat gets in the bathtub and she's like a cool thing she does, and then she scares you because you don't know she's in the bathtub. And she used to do this to my poor roommate before Todd and I moved in together.
Yep.
So the other day I took a picture of my cat in the bathtub and sent it to my old roommate, and she said, "Oh my God, I miss her." And then she said, "Oh, I love that native shampoo. Do you like it too? Like, I just started using it." And I was like, "I use Tresemme. The fancy stuff's Todd's. Like, come on. Like, he's like all, like coconut and like all the, like, oh, you really should spend more money on your shampoo. It's worth, and I'm just like, no, what's on sale?"
Yeah, whatever fits the budget, girl. Come on now.
Yeah. I know how it is. It's like,
Todd takes it seriously.
He's got some lovely locks. I get a little bit bougie with the little bit of hair that I have with the products that I use. I understand that, but times is tough.
Times are very tough. I barely made it here.
But you're here, Becca, and
Shout
that's
out
all that
to
matters.
the girlfriend. Yes.
We got a whole crazy weekend of fun stuff lined up. Thea, this was really great. Thank you so much for bringing a little bit of insight into better drinking, to our show, and I appreciate that. That's really awesome. Again, if you guys are interested,
anytime.
If you want to elevate sort of your, evening outing experience, recreating around a fire or something, check out Poetic Pours. Definitely check out Thea's books, all of them, and drink better. You don't have to drink trash. That's what we're getting at here.
Yes,
that's true.
Don't drink a Bahama
don't
Mama.
Drink trash.
Don't drink trash.
Hangover waiting to happen. All right, I'm gonna go take a nap on the floor. I love you so much, and everyone go check her out. She's the shit.
Love you.
Becca out.
Thanks, Becca. Love you. Bye.
Love you.
Thea, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We'll do this again. We'll touch base. I feel like you've got more books in you.
Yeah, I really hope so. And it's funny, I actually, now that you say that, when you were talking about mocktails and the rise of mocktails, I pitched a mocktail book right after Spirits and Tarot, right after I finished that. I was like, these are hot. Gen Z, they don't drink as much. They're more into drugs. Like, they're, we should get on this, COVID and quarantine pushed a lot of people into sobriety.
Oh, definitely.
I think a lot of people needed it, which is, totally fine. Yep. I know a lot of friends who are now still sober after quarantine. Mm-hmm. And also what's the big deal if you want to be sober for a month, 6 months, 2 years? It's
not a bad thing.
I was like, we need to cater to this. And they passed on it, but now they're working on it, a new project with it. So I do think mocktails are definitely here to stay. And I'm excited to see how people continue to craft those. But yeah, no, I'm hoping for more cocktail books, and I am, I do have a really nice personal connection who is trying to help me find an agent right now for the World War II era novel. So hopefully next thing will be that I have a novel that's getting published.
That's amazing. Well, we wish you the best here, Thea. We really, really do. We want to see you succeed, and we're psyched for you, and absolutely floored. You're making this. You're making it happen. Awesome.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being on the show. We appreciate you, Thea. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right. Yeah. Have a good weekend.
All righty. You too. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Well, at least I can provide a little bit of entertainment for somebody, guys. Bobby Roast Beef here. We are starting up day 3 of the Springfield Sportsman show at the Eastern States Exposition. Everybody here has a certain sort of, all the exhibitors have a certain glaze over their face. Like they're all like they've seen some shit. You know what I mean? Shell shock in a way.
Or they've been in a bukkake.
They've been maybe that's what it is. Maybe in fact that's exactly what it is. Anyway, we have Chris from eBay Lures with us, and we're kind of neighbors. You're like the neighbors behind us. We share an alley. It's kind of interesting. We're keeping our trash back there. Let us know if our trash cans are an issue.
Oh no, you're good.
Okay, good. Because I don't want to be that guy. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'll let you know.
And it's kind of like I saw you guys setting up when you were setting up the racks over there. First and foremost, they have some amazing hard baits over there. I'm going to be picking up some lipless and some jerk baits for sure. I'm heading out to Chickamauga next weekend. So if you have some color or pattern advice, we'll talk later.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm going to be, and I was looking at some of the stuff you've got. First off, like great bodies, like amazing stuff. But the paint jobs are.
Thank you, Bobby.
Freaking nuts, dude. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
For those of you who don't have a visual aid, let me provide one. Chris said, "Thank you, Bobby," and rubbed his tummy, to which Bobby replied, "Aha," and rubbed his tummy. We're friends now.
We're close. So anyway, like the paint jobs are absolutely amazing, and every single person who's rounded this corner has made some kind of a comment about your stuff. Tell me a little bit about eBay, like how things got started for you.
Sure. I started in my basement, so I was looking for particular pike baits. I went to the tackle shop. I couldn't find what I was looking for, and no matter if it was like a Rapala, a Spro, they were all the same patterns, all the same colors.
Yep.
So I got pissed off. I went home. I bought some stuff and just started mixing it up down the basement.
Yep.
I got to a point where I felt comfortable with them, and just let my imagination go wild. And it started as a joke, like the mad scientist in the basement.
Yep.
And the name eBay Lure started as a joke because I painted it on my sneakers one day because I was trying to figure out how to do shading.
Oh, okay.
And I used my sneakers, and it just kind of stuck from there. And here we are 6 years later, and it just kind of stuck.
It's amazing how it just takes off. But the stuff looks absolutely awesome.
Well, thank you.
I would, highly recommend you guys. You're online. You've got social media and everything.
Yeah,
people can see this stuff.
Facebook and Instagram. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. So we'll have you plug all that stuff at the end of this. But let's talk fishing. Walk me through your story, like how you got introduced to the sport of fishing, to like how you got to the point where you are now.
Well, that's an easy one. I don't think I had a choice when it came to fishing. If we wanted to spend time with my father when I was a kid, we went fishing.
Yeah.
My dad had us out on the Susquehanna River down in Pennsylvania when I was about 4 or 5, and it was almost an every weekend thing ever since. So, my whole youth was pretty much fishing.
That's awesome.
And when we moved from Pennsylvania to Connecticut, we were the new kids on the block.
Oh, yeah.
So we really didn't have, we were the new kids in the neighborhood. We didn't have friends. So me and my brother, there was a pond right down the street from us.
Yep.
So we went fishing every day. That's how we spent our time.
Oh, yeah.
So, and the only way that we could get out of doing chores at our house is if we were fishing.
That's awesome.
We come home and my dad oh, you didn't rake the leaves, what were you doing? We were fishing. He's like, oh,
I guess I understand.
I get it.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. It's a good situation. If my kids were smart, if they were smart, They would do a whole lot less of just driving around to go get overpriced coffee and just go fishing. And I'd say like, oh, you haven't cleaned your room in months. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, the fishing addiction hit me early. Yeah. I mean, I remember being 14 years old, and my parents didn't get home from work till late, and I would take my dad's. He had an 88 Ford Sport pickup truck, and I would throw the John boat in the back of that and drive down to the pond at 14. You know.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, it worked for quite a while until I got his truck stuck in the mud one day, and he came home early, and then I was kind of screwed. But.
Oh yeah, yeah, that'll get you. That'll definitely do it. So where now you guys are located? You guys are in further north, up in New York, right?
Yep, we're in Alexandria Bay, New York. We're right on the St. Lawrence River. And I got stationed up at Fort Drum back in '99.
Yeah.
And once I got a taste of that river life, I wasn't leaving.
I feel like there's river anglers they're unique. Like they need that current. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think it's the river fishing itself. Mm-hmm. It's the environment.
You
can go out there in the midst of all those different islands.
Yep.
And you feel like you're miles away from anywhere.
Oh, you're just totally secluded. Gotcha. Yeah. So we had a guest on recently, Adam Blomeke. He's a New Hampshire guy, and he's one of our. Is Adam a jighead? I think he's a jighead. I'm pretty sure Adam's a jighead.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember offhand. I'm pretty sure he is. I think I've seen him in the live streams once in a while. But he and I we had him on the show about a month or so ago, and inadvertently we made plans to go fish the St. Lawrence. Just like he's like, yeah, we're not far from that body of water. It's accessible. It's what about 6.5 hours away?
It's about
7 hours?
No, not even. It's
really?
like 5.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's easily doable within like And I mean, I recently got into truck camping, so like I will live like a homeless person for however long I need to, and. Dragging the kayak up and doing a trip like that should definitely happen. I think when I drag him up, the three of us should all go out, because I have a feeling you would, based on your sense of humor, you would like Adam. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. And yeah, screw it. We should make that shit happen. What's it like for you when you're up there when there's big tournaments on the St. Lawrence?
I kind of avoid the river when there's big tournaments and I'm fishing. I kind of hit the backwater.
Yeah. Smart.
Yeah, because then you're not dealing with all kinds of crazy boat traffic. You're not dealing with tourists.
Yep.
Not only that, you'll get a lot of people that are up on the river that when those tournaments go out, will watch where the pros are going.
Yeah, and they try to follow them.
Yeah, and they're hitting their waypoints on their maps and stuff. So, I mean, I stay away from all that. I hit the backwater. That's the days I'll go topwater fishing and...
There you go. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Yeah.
Actually, I got a funny story about that. So I went out one day. I have this one point.
Yep.
Phenomenal smallmouth fishing. I get up early in the morning. I'm ready to go. I get cruising out on the point, and somebody's sitting in my fishing hole. You know who it was?
Who was it?
A freaking KVD.
Really? No shit.
Yeah, that was the tournament. He was blasting all those smallmouth with the spy bait.
No kidding.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That right there is like verification that like your waypoint is like now needs like a little gold circle like that. It gets like a seal of approval. You know what I mean? Right. I'm like, that's pretty awesome, man.
Did you pull up on him and go, KVD?
Hang on.
The fuck, dude?
Hey, KVD, you're going to be the FTG on Jigs and Bigs.
That's like the ultimate.
Happy retirement, KVD.
So this show is weird, Chris. We're weird if you hadn't figured that out yet. But we talk a lot about fishing, but we're also, we don't like to go to bed hungry. So this is a very selfish question I'm going to ask you. I'm a firm believer, and I think Sean subscribes to this theory as well, that regardless, when you're out on the water, group of friends, and you're having a great day, or maybe it's absolute hot garbage and you're getting the skunk, nothing is a better way to celebrate or kind of put a Band-Aid on it than like a really kick-ass breakfast after an early morning. Where is a local spot, like a mom and pop in your area, that you would recommend that I go to when either I break a PB or I got to take a skunk for the day to kind of get, my belly full?
Well, there's no places up there really that do breakfast at night.
Oh, all right.
So
any breakfast
place. Yeah, during the day. Yeah, because usually that's what I'll do. If it's going to be a real long day, I'll fish from sun up till about 10 or 11. Go and grab a late breakfast, and then go and fish the rest of the day if I can.
Well, then you want to go to the North Star.
The North Star. Okay.
Right in Alexandria Bay. You're talking about eggs, toast, and hash browns for like $5.50.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And you can get whatever you want. Or they'll make whatever you want.
That's my kind of place.
Yeah.
That's my kind of place.
That's North where Star. I go.
Noted.
Throw it down and they open at like 5:30. So you can actually get breakfast before the sun comes up. Before you hit the water.
It's not a bad idea.
Well, sometimes it is, because if you're like me, I get down there and eat too much, and I get on the water and start nodding out.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. That's exactly when we did Hoodlum Fest. That's what happened to me. We went up in that river, and I was like, this is when we hit this one beaver dam, and I was like, I got to turn around. This is bullshit. Came back, and I just started nodding off. I decided to take a nap in the kayak. I'm just sitting there. There's nothing more like challenging and bizarre than the feeling of waking up while you're floating in a little plastic boat, and you're just like, son of a bitch, what happened here?
I've done it.
But it's relaxing while you're out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's relaxing while you're out. I'd like to get the cornerstone of this show, and I can't believe I haven't asked anybody about this. We're looking for two fishing stories here. I'm looking for one that was like the moment that like you were on the water. Could be anything. It might be a PB, a great catch, something like that. Could be something that like the shit hit the fan and you were able to like help out or something. But that story that you would tell somebody like that you're most proud of on the water. Like if you're at a wedding and you're like, someone says, "Oh, do you fish?" That first go-to story that you have. The second story that we want from you is this one. The biggest fail.
Okay.
What do you got?
So which one do you want first?
Let's start on a high note.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So honestly, my high note for fishing with me is I keep trying to get my wife out there with me as much as I can. And for years, she was always too busy. She had too much stuff to do.
Yep.
So
real quick. Speaking of busy, she's working the booth right now while you're dicking around with us. So,
yep.
So hello to Christina at A-Bay Lures.
Yep. So there's my first high note. She's a keeper. So,
you got a good one.
So, yeah. So she came out. She started coming out fishing with me.
Yep.
And
that's awesome.
Just the goofiest rigs that you could possibly think. A nose-rigged, 12-inch June bug worm, just throwing it around, usually caught in a tree or something.
Yep.
Well, we're out one day, and she's got a 6-foot ugly stick with a 404 Zebco with 10-pound test.
Oh, okay.
She's sitting next to me, and she says, "I think I got one." And she no sooner said that, and I just hear her drag just screaming.
That's
like screaming. Yes. And I'm like, okay, just take your time. Don't rush nothing.
Yeah.
So, make a long story short, here she is with a smallmouth, 7 pounds, 4 ounces.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so her smallmouth PB is bigger than mine. So mine's 7 pounds, 2 ounces.
That's awesome.
So
that's amazing, man.
And just a testament to her, because she grew up on that river. So just a testament to her angler skills, with that shitty setup that she had.
Yeah.
Be able to pull that off.
That's
and keep that fish, because she fought that fish for about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And
shit.
By the time we netted it and we got it on the scale and everything, I was amazed. I was like, "You're a badass. You're definitely keeping it."
Absolutely. That's insane. Yeah, that is pretty freaking awesome.
Were you guys already married at that point, or did you propose right there?
Right there. That would have been a good time.
Yeah. Well, I should have started with this. Maybe my fishing high note for that is when me and my wife met, our first date. Now, mind you, she didn't really know my past, but our first date. Now, tell me if this, all you listeners out there, tell me if this is fair. She picked me up in a Ford 150 pickup truck with a 12-pack of Bud bottles and 2 fishing rods. Bro, it was game over.
Yeah.
I had no
Holy
choice.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the equivalent of you showing up to go to the movies in a tux with like a dozen roses.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
More chocolate than the entire country of Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's big
that's
time
where it's
right
at.
there.
Yeah, so needless to say, 3 months. We were dated for 3 months. I put a ring on that shit.
No shit. Yeah, that right there. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen that are hearing this right now, that right there, that is what you call
a fucking sign.
That's what that is. It's a sign. You gotta put a ring on it quick when you're in that kind of situation. That's awesome, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, what about the drastic turn, the epic fail? And I find most of our guests have the biggest challenge telling this story simply because they have so many to choose from.
Yeah. Okay. I have one. Okay. Most of you probably bass fishermen, so I'll start with my bass one. So the last 3-4 years, I've been on a quest for a St. Lawrence double-digit largemouth bass.
Oh, all right.
I'm out there pounding it. I'm following their migration patterns. I know where they're at. I know where they're going. I got them dialed in. So I hit a lot of 8 and 7 pounders. So I'm out one morning. There it is. Boom. It explodes on a frog. And I saw the head come up out of the water.
Nice.
Had it, fought it for about 15 minutes and got it to the reeds. Now, this fish is halfway out of the water and I can see it. And I'm telling you, it was easily 10 pounds, if it wasn't 12.
No shit.
It was the biggest bass that I've personally seen with my own 2 eyes, and it was literally 2 feet in front of me in the reeds. As I'm bending down to lip it, it starts flip-flopping, and I see my frog go over my shoulder. And this bass just, like slow motion, just slid back into the water and was gone. I think that was the first time I've ever been fishing and just sat there and had like maybe a little tear go down my cheek, you know?
Yep. Oh my God.
That sucks.
Yeah, and
like if that were me, I'd be on the phone with my therapist. I seriously be like, can we just do a Zoom now?
I
need you.
I might have slowly followed the fish into the water with the thumbs up sign like the Terminator. But I would have went turned it thumbs down.
There you go.
Oh no.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, that was
that's brutal.
But it kind of made me humble in the same way.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, okay, you know, this is fishing. This is what it's about, and that's what drives me to come back tomorrow.
Exactly.
To get them again.
Shit happens like that, and that's the beauty of it. I think is like even when it goes wrong, like you've still got that as part of your story, part of your adventure, and you can always go back on that and share those down moments, and hopefully pepper it with some bright ones.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
and that's a good thing. That's freaking awesome, Chris. Thanks so much for doing this. Do me a favor. Let folks know where they can find A-Bay online if they want to check out your stuff. Do you do any online sales or?
I do online sales, but I do them through like Facebook and Instagram.
Gotcha.
I'm an older guy. I'm 46, so I suck at technology. I'll just say that right now. So trying to build a website for me has just been an epic pain in the ass.
I hear ya.
So
I hate it.
I will get that situated. But yeah, you can, anything you want, just message us and I'll be happy to paint it and mail it to you.
Awesome. We're going to throw some links in the description of this show for you. So we'll get all that stuff from you, put it all there so people can go ahead and check it out. I'm going to come over to your booth and we're at doors just open now. It is 10 a.m. on the nose. It is time to get going, guys. Thanks again, Chris. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you having me come on. And
you
know,
I'll see
you guys
you this
are
summer.
awesome to
Here's just some really, really great future stuff down the road up at the St. Lawrence River. It's going to happen. Hey, if nothing else, we're going to have a great breakfast at the St. Lawrence River.
The North Star, baby.
The North Star.
The invitation's there, my friend.
I love it, man. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Dude, guy. Finally.
We're here live at the Las Vegas Convention Center, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it feels like. No, we're here, of course. We're recording at Springfield Sportsman Show. We got the entire Fresh Baits crew in here. Quite literally, like the whole group. We got John, we got Tony, we got Nate.
Holla.
We got and Joe Brown. Joe Brown also part of the Fresh Baits team. There's fresh baits all over the place. Is what's going on here.
Can't get away from them. Away from them.
So you guys just got back from the Philly Sportsman or the Philly fishing show, right?
Yes, we did.
How was it?
It was actually an amazing experience.
Yep.
I mean, I've done a lot of shows around here, but to be able to go out to Philly, and I mean, it's a place we don't get out often. I mean, around here you hear people talk about fresh baits. We're out of Worcester, but it was really cool to go down to Philly. And I mean, we had kids come up to us saying they bought Hellamites last year and caught his PB on them and all that. And it's an amazing experience to get out there and really meet these people that you hear from on Instagram and stuff, but have them come by.
We were kind of experiencing the same thing here, but the real question that I have for you regarding Philly is, so what was the cheesesteak game like down there? clearly,
want to take the ride? Yeah, we didn't even go get cheesesteak. Me and Tony were about it, but John wasn't about that Philadelphia lifestyle.
I've made that mistake before, and I if anything, I've learned you got to stay away from Geno's and the other one. What's the other one? Pat's is the other one, because that's a tourist trap. You got to go elsewhere, you know.
But you can. We're the bunch of tourists in this group, I guess.
Yeah. I've heard stay away because, like, you know, the cheesesteak, the deal is real. The food situation in Philly is great. I don't know much about their football team, but, you know, hey, it is what it is.
I will tell you this. We did stop by a Hooters, and the service was excellent. It was the best Hooters experience I've ever had, all right? And I think that was in Phoenixville.
Oh, really?
Hooters
Okay.
in Phoenixville,
Oh,
yep.
Phoenixville Hooters. Give it up. Hoot hoot.
We did ask about the cheesesteak at Hooters.
Yeah.
The waitress straight
She's
up
like,
told
no.
us, "Don't even bother.
Don't bother. Don't waste your time." Oh man, where the hell was I in? I had something to go on with Philly, and I totally got sidetracked with that. It was the Hooters that threw me. The Hooters threw me.
It throws everybody.
Sorry, sorry, guys.
The Hooters threw Bobby. Watch out,
dude. It was an excellent experience down in Philly. The people are great. It was our second year there, so saw a lot of familiar faces. A lot of great support. Awesome time.
Once we start recording, it's just a barrage of people running around and hugs are given. It's absolutely bananas.
You can't not hug Lauren from
That's what I'm
Three
saying.
Bells when she comes over.
I was in the middle of recording with Thea Engst, and we had Becca comes running like full sprint right from the Kusa, comes right at us, coming in hot, jumps into the interview, hijacks the whole thing. It was awesome. It was awesome.
That's how it should be.
I love it.
Here
That
at
is how it
Jigs
should
and
be.
Bigs.
That one
This
was
is
my
magical
fault.
right here. This is magical. I
gotta
tell Sean
Three
about
Bells lifestyle.
the love that chair is getting right now is unmatched. Unmatched.
Joe, you look a little bit jealous that your chair has no love over there.
Well, Tony and John right here. Come
Yeah,
on.
there we go. Oh, I love it. I love it. So we got fresh baits here, hot off the Philly fishing show. It's going down. The ball was dropped on the cheesesteak situation, but, it's okay. It can be picked up in West Springfield,
Yes.
What do you
else what else we got coming up? We got New Hampshire Outdoor Expo in a couple weeks. It's going to be awesome. And then I think we're also going to be at Mohegan.
You're doing Mohegan as well.
I think we just
I'll see you guys down there.
Well. Awesome.
I'm doing a walkthrough down there. And, man, I'm telling you, it's like, this is the weird time of year, though, because, we could potentially be fishing, We could. It's possible.
I've been out all year, man.
I know you have. You've been killing it. You've been killing it.
Freezing over. I've been breaking ice here and there, but you can still find it. You can find it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, last week, the weather out this way, my full intention this weekend was to fish. There's a small pond right here on the fairgrounds. My full intention was to bank fish that this morning. Skim ice. Snow right on top of it.
Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah.
This shit happens. It just happens.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if you come out to the Cape with us, man, the Hellamite out here in this cold water has been annihilating it.
I love it.
Before I forget, we come bearing gifts.
Oh, yes.
There you are, my friend.
Yes, baby.
Yes.
That's what I'm all about. We were just talking about you. Oh, I love it.
Yep, give that to a special someone, Whoever you think might deserve a nice
beef.
I got a special.
Oh, no. Put that right in your box.
And we got lizards and stuff. I'm going to tuck it right over here next to the Roadcaster.
Yes. Better hide those lizards from Nelson.
I know. Well, I got decoys. Here we got Matt Thayer from Klondike Custom Baits comes over with a bunch of plastics and drops these off for us. He's like, "You guys split these up." I'm doing Chickamauga.
You got so many
fish,
lizards.
Chick.
Yeah, when are you headed down there?
I'm leaving Thursday. We're fishing Saturday all day with Caleb Bell, and I'm hoping that Alex Rudd can join us. That'll be awesome.
Oh, dude, that'd be amazing.
It'd be
he knows
unbelievable.
that water really well.
Now, have you fished Chick?
I have not. I have all the info on it
you
from
do?
the Maulers being down there. We're all in a group
right.
chat,
Okay.
but I personally have not. I've fished multiple different lakes on the Tennessee chain.
This time of year,
Pickwick
what do you
was
think?
Tennessee chain. I think you can't go wrong with the white and chartreuse.
Yep.
All
right.
That's my personal
Klondike
opinion.
Custom Creations.
I'm throwing chartreuse on everything. That's just me. That's why
I'm the
I
same
love
way.
that green pumpkin with the chartreuse tip
Yep.
Hellamite.
Oh, yeah.
Matt's baits, though, dude, I just got a custom spook and popper off him.
Oh, yeah. They're no joke.
Dude, I described, the perch that I wanted out of him. He hit that nail on the head, couldn't have made it any better. Even he said he didn't want to give it up. The baits he makes, the color patterns, what he can do for you is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't fool around. This little pack right here is for Nelson.
Oh.
And so, I mean, we have good friends, I think. I think Jigs and Bigs has the best friends.
Video first.
And we're just making more.
Video in there, too. All right. Do whatever you want.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Trying to do Instagram stories for you guys. I'm all,
I hear you.
In the miss here.
I hear you.
I'm all in the miss here.
You know what? I have to get better about taking pictures when it comes to all this stuff. So let's do a wide one, and we'll do like this. I can edit all this stuff out and make it look nice.
Tony, get in here.
Tony.
Beautiful.
Nice. That isn't a Motley Crue looking photo. I don't know what is.
I love it. Yeah, it was a crazy day. I mean, we had Delirious here yesterday. Gravy was here yesterday. Who else did we see? There were so many people that came by. I recorded so much stuff.
Chrissy
was
by.
here. Chrissy was here. The Pendergasts were over at Working for Three Bells. Man, we saw so many people that came through, and even still today, it's a little bit slower today. I mean, it's Sunday. Everybody's a little
bit slower on a Sunday.
And, it's just, it is what it is, but we've been having a good time. We met some listeners, folks I didn't know, listen to the show.
Yep.
And it was pretty awesome. Berkshire Brett was here today with his dad. We got some good intel about the Berkshires. We had a great conversation with Spencer Cookson from Berkshire Bass.
He was out in Philly with us.
Yeah, that's right. He was.
Did the Philly show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He told me he had a good time with you guys.
We've been known to have a good time.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Fresh Baits.
Fresh Baits entire posse definitely has a good time. Yeah, I like that.
So the cool thing about Bobby talking about, the listeners coming up, the cool thing is they come up like they've known you forever.
They do. And it's weird.
Yeah, because, they've been growing with Jigs and Bigs, and it was just cool.
Dude, I got to tell you, we go and do all the shows and everything, and especially like Boxborough. I was there. I couldn't tell you how many people came by and were like, "You're the dude from Jigs and Bigs that puts the scorpion on the chatterbait, right?"
Yeah.
So many people know that from the interview
That's
I did
wild.
with you guys from Alabama.
That's freaking nuts, man.
Listen, it goes Joe Rogan and then Jigs and Bigs, all right?
That's really all you need to know. You got Joe Rogan, Jigs and Bigs, knows.
Somewhere down the bottom is like Bass and, I don't even know, what do they call it? Bass and Bourbon,
alcohols,
Bass and Brew, something like that.
Yeah, beekeeping and alcohols. That's what it is.
Y'all
That's
look.
what it is.
Y'all look.
Y'all look.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I got problems. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Have you guys been over to see Nor'easter Performance Gear?
We have not made it by that one
Do yourself a favor. Go check that booth out. Say hi to John and Mary Lou. Sean has been praising their products for over a year now. He's been wearing their performance hoodies and stuff like that.
I know he brings the sweatshirt camping every year when we go camping.
I bought one, and they got chunky lover sizes, which I appreciate. That's good.
Do they have child's sizes for me?
They do.
Schmediums.
Schmediums.
The baby Gap large.
No, it's a good thing. There's some good stuff behind us. I mean, obviously, A-Bay, Berkshire Bass. It's been a pretty good show. It's been a lot of fun. Some interesting calls happening from like smack dab in the middle of the room.
Yes.
Yeah. We've heard a lot. We did an interview with Lauren last night just to kind of catch up and touch base. And there was a few times I had to play the Law & Order SVU dung in between because it sounded like there was something, sketchy happening behind us.
Many different
I'm interested
animal calls.
to know who the booth behind you is now.
Oh, it's not them. That's A-Bay.
That's A-Bay behind us. Yeah, it's the next one down.
Great lures.
Unbelievable lures. Lures.
Just picked up one of their bluegill swim baits.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
It's my first swim bait right here, and I cannot wait to throw it. They do an unbelievable paint job on these bad boys.
Oh yeah,
Extremely talented.
absolutely
Phenomenal.
gorgeous.
It's
Absolutely
phenomenal.
gorgeous.
I love the feather tail too.
Yeah.
You don't get that a lot.
No,
Not anymore.
baby.
Not anymore. It's like that's like an old
Usually it's
school
an acrylic.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gets it done though.
Yep.
Oh, for sure,
Yep.
for sure, and it's durable. That's what's nice.
Yeah.
You know.
Especially with us, we all know we beat the hell out of
yeah.
ours on
Yeah.
the kayak.
So let's talk about the upcoming multi-species Jigs and Bigs tournaments. You fired up for those?
I am fired up for those. I'm fired up for the chronic trips.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to
firing
get
up the
back
chronic
out
trips.
there. You know.
I love it. I'm going to be alternating months again this year, but I'm going to be in every single Jigs and Bigs one. And we've been talking to a lot of people, and this year my goal really is to have over 100 anglers take part in both of them. Like counting them all. Like let's chronic trips and Jigs and Bigs, 100 anglers. I'd love to see that happen this year. But this year, for those teams for those competitors that don't place in the money, we've got some really, really good prizes that we're raffling off to the other folks. So even if
now other people besides Jerry House is going to get something to go home
and you
with?
know what? Jerry wouldn't be. He's got a pretty good streak of getting paid. A monthly paycheck from Jigs and Bigs.
That's the one man I can't seem to catch in those multi-species tournaments.
He's an absolute beast.
He'll wait like a week too, and then he'll sign up the second week, and all of a sudden he's in first.
Like I think, and he's the nicest guy ever. He would never say this, but I know he's trying to make it a little bit more difficult on himself.
Oh,
like he's trying to do this as a solid. Like, no, I want to give other guys a chance. Although we've had some anglers from like the Midwest that have just absolutely killed it. So that's the other part we're trying to do is really branch out and get some good stuff going out there, and then travel.
If we could get a lot of these down south guys in these multi-species tournaments, I think it will really shake up the leaderboard.
Well, once you start getting the gar and the freshwater drum in there, and
Dude, even the catfish. I
Even
mean,
the
up
cats.
here we're
Yeah.
putting up like 15-inch cats. You go down there, they're putting up 15-pound cats.
Yeah, it's a whole other animal. It's funny this year. You mentioned drum. This year we've added a drum category.
Oh, that's
And-
right.
We've added a drum category. So, and it's a little bit loose. Like we're kind of incorporating some species that are within that family. So it's pretty good. Like I know Rob Drummond down in Texas wants us to do some redfish. So we're like, we'll add that in there. Go for it. Make it happen. It'll be fun stuff. I love it.
Definitely. I'm really excited this year, with Joe being on Fresh Baits now, too.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to hit some of the big boat tournaments and
Yeah.
have the
hell
Fresh
yeah.
Baits co-angling team going
That's
at it.
actually awesome because, that'll be great with the two of you guys doing tournaments because I'd love to have you guys jump into the tournament breakdown in that second segment after we talk all the kayak stuff.
Yeah.
And actually, Nate could do double duty with that. That's
could.
the beauty
I
about
could.
it.
I'm good at talking, so anything you need me to talk about, I'm here, man.
I love that.
Nate and I
I'm
need to
psyched.
redeem ourselves from the one tournament we did together last year.
We did. That was a
tough
rough one.
We got
That one hurt
humbled
my
real
heart
quick.
a couple of times.
It
That
was
was the
just
kayak and the boat.
Yeah. He was just working the kinks out. You know what I mean?
That's all he was doing. Yeah, that's all he was doing.
I wasn't used to running that trolling motor by foot yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a whole other thing.
I actually only let him use the net last year.
He's smart.
He was just a
That's
net
smart.
guy, the net man.
Yeah, that's good thinking right there. Oh my goodness, freaking awesome guys. All right, well we're gonna be recording the actual segments of the show proper. This is gonna be like a 5 or 6 hour show.
It's
gonna be ridiculous.
That's no different than any other episode I've ever been on with you
It's
guys.
like we keep extending the record further and further nonstop. So, and we got a nice little giveaway going. Folks, we're having people sign up on our mailing list, and I am going to share all of this on Instagram as well. So if our followers over there want to jump in on it, we're giving away a 13 Fishing Architect reel, as well as a whole bunch of glasses from Torres, and I've even got some Jigs and Bigs apparel, too, that we're going to be giving away as well. So go ahead and sign up. It'll be awesome. I love it.
Sweet, man.
Thank you
Thanks
for popping
letting
in.
me talk for a little bit.
Glad to have you on, Nate. Glad to represent Fresh Baits, and you guys are going to get a lot and having Joe on, especially. Joe's our new co-host. He's going to be on every single week, talking about Fresh Baits.
I got you.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good thing. Jigs and Bigs. We'll be back after this.
Hey,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, Bye. All righty, guys. Welcome back. Jigs and Bigs, we're wrapping things up. Round number 3. This is our final segment. I hope you guys enjoy those interviews that we had. It was definitely a challenge recording in such a live and noisy area. But at the same time, I think that kind of adds to the spirit of what was going on at that time. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. It was really, really great talking to so many different people and including them in the show. Just really, really unbelievable. Hope you guys have yourself a great one. Do you guys want to throw anything in before we wrap things up?
This was fantastic. Hope to see you guys again next year. We should be here again. If you're in Western Mass in New England next February, come on out. We'll be here. This was awesome. This was really a blast.
I love it. Get ready, guys. You're going to see a lot more information coming from us in the notes of the show. Normally, I only put a link to our website. Instead, things are going to be changing over there. You're going to see a lot of links for all kinds of stuff, ways that you guys can save money, but also keep in touch with us individually. I'm going to put links to all of our Instagrams, all of our pages, anything that we want you to check out. This is a good spot for you to go and see it. So keep your eyes peeled to the show notes for every single episode here going forward. I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen. We will have an announcement in the next couple of weeks with our winners from the giveaway that we did at the Springfield Sportsman show. We're going to go ahead and check this out, and we're going to give away some good stuff. Hopefully some of our winners will be local. I'll be reaching out to everybody via email, but once I email them, I'm also going to hopefully just be able to meet up with anybody local and save a little bit on shipping. So we'll see how that goes. I think that about does it for us, guys. On behalf of the entire crew of Jigs and Bigs, welcome. Who the fuck is Joe Brown?
Thank you.
Welcome to the family. I think
awesome.
This show is just going to explode and get even bigger and better and more amazing. Get your asses in gear and be prepared for April when we start our Chronic Trips tournament. Multi-species scavenger hunt style showdown, including saltwater, and then in May we got your freshwater only for you with the Jigs and Bigs tournament, guys. I'm looking forward to it. Have yourself a great one, everybody. We will see you next week with much more fun here at Jigs and Bigs, and like we always say,
tits and ass, smoke some grass.